Bah, 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 bah. Bear, bear, bubba. Dramatic entrance. There's a whale over there.
There is a whale over there.
There's a whale over there. Look at it. It's all digital and shit. Are you a whale? You got whale colors.
I'm not a whale, no.
Is that you? The thing? Be more of a joke.
Maybe that's the type of thing a whale would say.
Oh, secret whale. Whale soda.
Secret whale.
Secret whale. So who's here? Hi there, everyone. Kai and Caillou and Ken and Let's and Jen. Der. Hello. I didn't plan. I didn't really plan doing this, but I kind of did, half-assed. But here we are. Well, here I am. You're not streaming.
No, I'm not streaming today.
That way he can run away if he gets tired of my shit.
3 or 4 minutes.
Nearly 1,000 followers. I'm an unfollow. That would be the best. That would be the best. Yes. So I did a stream on New Year's Eve. We did a stream on New Year's Eve. It lasted 9 hours, and I got 50 followers, which was really cool. But so close to 1,000. Today, I'm hoping to maybe get the 1,000. I don't know. It's kind of presumptuous of say the word.
Presumptuous.
Of me to assume that 9 people will follow me during the stream, but I'm kind of hoping because I got this thing that looks pretty cool. I had to hit a 1 or 2. But yes, you'll also probably hike Kami Sepik. Any bets win? 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully this will work out. It's 9 followers, and I typically average like 1 follow per hour or something when streaming. I don't know what Twitch tracker says. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna drink whiskey about it, and we'll be good. How about you? What are you doing?
I'm having the occasional beer, but probably not too much.
Right. Yeah, I got drunk last night. So like, so we were on VR chat yesterday, and it was like, I don't want to all day because we were hungover, and then he said, I'm going to bed. I said, all right, I'm going to bed. That was like 7 p.m. my time. So I got drunk and just boy up. I've got new sound alerts. I got drunk and watched Bo Burnham's Inside again. Top 10 favorite movies. Donkus to pick you need. Can you show the beans? I've got some beans here. I have a hole right there. And then my feet are covered up by grass. Oh no. And then Mgagaka, the fuck my Twitch recommending. I don't know, man. You watch one furry streamer on Twitch, you fucked. Let's see. The best shit. Oh, of course. Good stuff. It's funny that my Twitch recommends quite a bit of non-furries. Only care. Oh gods, you fucked Mugaka. I'm so sorry, but I promise to be gay on the internet forever. So good luck with that. Yes. So what? Oh, I didn't even check to see if this... Okay, your audio seems to be working. That's good. Ah! I got a hole in my hand. Uh-oh. Magaka just followed. Uh-oh, you're trapped now. No, there's nothing you can do about it. I'm so sorry. Fine for me. Thanks for the help. Yes, Magaka, you are now one of the followers of today's goal, which is 8 or 9. I forget. So you're number 9. I would like a large number 9. A thing. And another thing.
Number 9.
Number 9, hamburger foot lettuce. Number 15, also hamburger foot lettuce. Did you watch Smiling Friends?
No, I did not.
Smiling Friends is, oh yes, for tomorrow I'm discounting some alerts just for you. It's, for you it's tomorrow, for me it's January 4th. Today is January 2nd. So we're still good. Okay. Make sure you clip it and do an edit when you hit that 1,000. Well, don't worry. I got this nifty thing planned for 1,000. It's gonna be neat. And it's a little, if you catch my drift.
Self-congratulatory.
Yes, those words. I'm also surprised how deep your voice is. I am too, because I with my voice, I found it in a dumpster. I put it in a blender with whiskey and cigarettes, and then drank it, and here we are. I think I say that joke consistently, right? That's a consistent joke of mine.
Yes, constantly and consistently, yes.
Yes, my bad. Whiskey does that. People say I have a lolly voice. Uh-oh. Should have checked Twist first. Yeah, Moo Moo. Sorry. Maybe later. Just give me a little while. I think my voice is also a little deeper today because I think I slept with my mouth open the whole night because the pillow was completely wet with spit.
And you've got the raspies. I
got the raspies. It smelled like a small Japanese schoolgirl voice in person. This is a fake voice. I honestly sound like a little Japanese schoolgirl. Let me see if I can get my real voice out. Is that better? Was that good? Was that good? Yeah, all right. He's also 1,000 American pounds, right? So if I was 500 pounds regular, no, wait. I'm 1,000 American pounds. So the joke is I'm actually 2,000 pounds.
Yes.
Because the Americans are so fast, you have to cut it. Whatever. Yes. What other jokes do I say? There's something about a vape flavor of the day, but you know.
You probably got your vape flavor of the day. You've got your body fuse, and you've got Pablo.
Pablo. Oh yeah, Pablo. Right, my handler. He has upgraded to handler. I don't know if you knew that.
You gave him an increase in position, not necessarily a raise.
Well, so the social workers came by and they said, hey, is this your child or is this an employee? And I said, both. And they said, fine, he has to be your handler now. And he's my legal guardian.
Yes.
Oh, right.
I understand.
And as of late, Moo Moo's cake joke. Whenever Moo Moo joins our stream, his avatar is a very big, obvious butt, and I make him do a little twirl. And I've got a cup holder. Why do you have a hole in your hand? Well, Moo Moo in the chat told you a little bit about it, but let me just get it out real quick. And there it is. It's because I got a cup holder. It's a cup holder for cuppies. And you're probably asking why this is red. It's because I'm very sick. This is your opportunity to run off that cliff. See?
Foxy.
You like that one? I got some new sound alerts. Yes. Normally I have a bunch more shit in the redeemed thing down in the Twitch chat thing, but I kind of doing something so in case things don't get fucked up. Anyways, here comes a boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. There he is. He is there. No, I did not hire somebody for that alert. I found it. I don't know what it's from. It might be from Five Nights at Freddy's for all I know. It's a good sound alert. It just goes, Foxy!
I have no idea.
No, I don't know.
Well, also, I can't hear your sound alerts.
Well, I know you can.
Foxy.
See, it just went off again. Did you hear it that time?
No, I did not.
Ah, that's a shame. Should really pay attention more.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Goodbye! I like it when he does that. Gonna farm so many points here. Yes, yes. So normally I have these things called trap cards that you can press, and it makes my life miserable. And I scream at the people in the chat about it. VR on New Year's was crazy. Are there any other days like that? VR chat's most busiest day, most busiest? Whatever. Busiest day is New Year's, I believe.
Yes. As far as I know, last night's New Year's set an all-time concurrent record for VR chat.
And what was that? Do you remember?
For Steam users, I know. For Steam users, it was 45,000.
Okay.
46,000, I think it actually hit. I think, including Quest, it was somewhere in sort of like the low to mid 95,000.
Okay. So, I mean, that's pretty high.
So all that damage that EAC did of lowering the player base just no.
Didn't really affect much.
More people playing it now than there was. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other days in VR chat where it's like mad popping, and I don't know. I think
the only other time would be the furries with Ferality, and that would be really about it.
That would probably be about it, right? I met a few new friends yesterday doing all that. That's good. That's important. You gotta go see all the people. If this is the first New Year's, well, I've only done 2 in VR chat, but this is the one that I didn't do a public instance.
Well, we sort of did that. Yeah, we didn't do a public instance, but I definitely did some of the rounds on the Sunday for the American New Year's times. But that was also me going, oh, no, hi, and everyone's going, yay, party, and I'm like, yeah.
I just loved going into one of the worlds I was into yesterday, and they were like, Happy New Year, Foxy. When is your midnight? I was like, yesterday. And it's usually the Americans that don't believe that there are other time zones. Yes, VR chat is very pretty. This one's a very pretty world. How was the after party? Well, by the time I got there, which was 1 p.m. my time, everybody was fucked drunk. But so heavy for a 10-plus-year-old GPU. Well, it might be time to update, but I know sometimes you just can't. So you might be able to do it on desktop mode, the VR chat. You can play. It's free, so it's not like it could hurt you to turn it on and see what happens. But I don't know. Jesus, how's that still working for you? Do you think I look like I have money? I don't know. Your name is Magaka. That's all I know. Migaka.
I mean, for all we know, at first it could be money.
Yeah, it could be money. Migaka. Migaka's lots of cashola. I don't know. I'm reaching there with that one. Yeah. So I guess I should take us on a little look-see of the world here. So thanks to Joey J. Rue, nice streamer. He's given me the secret passwords for Twitter on how to find good worlds, and this is just one of the few that I favorited today. We went 2 different types of sockets for CPUs since then. Hey, but if the computer still works, is that such a bad thing? Hey, Raider.
I'm I'm pretty sure I've got an old computer somewhere that would still work if I plugged it in. It just.
So we've got this. We've got a shrine here that also doubles as a housing unit. And we've got some very interesting music choices. Let's see what happens if I choose the Kyoto playlist. It changes up to more of a stringed Koto. So I spent like $3 on my PC and it's worth $500. Fuck yeah, that's how you play. Oh, computer hoarder. Oh my god, I haven't seen you and Mikasa in a year. Midnight, fuck you.
That's not how time works, Midnight.
That's not how time works. Oh, this little house. I'm a big boy in a big house, a small house. Mostly made of trash. Well, I guess it's time to start stealing. Oh, there's a little something out here. What? Oh, it's a bath. Hot tub stream. Public auction. Ooh, good idea. I did. The motherboard is stolen. Hot diggity daffodil.
Foxy.
Foxy. Wait, well, okay. So what did you think about my street that I took photos of last night? I don't know. It's pretty nifty. And when I say it's pretty nifty, I don't remember looking at any photos. If you sent it to me while I was drunk last night, I was watching Bo Burnham, so I don't remember. Or we posted in the Discord. I've not been doing good with my updates of Discord. Like I was supposed to do an update this week and I just didn't. I'll do it tomorrow. Because I also don't have a plan. I had a stream plan from the day I got off work until New Year's, and here we are.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You get to 2023, and it's. You're almost doing my line.
I didn't plan that far ahead. Yep. You cross your arms and say "Enoch, Chuck, and grow." Do the young people know the Justice League, specifically the Justice League from the late '80s, early '90s, or was it the '70s?
Not that early, I don't think.
It was that shitty animation. '60s. The Justice League was from the '60s.
That doesn't really narrow it down.
I don't know. I mean, it had an Indian chief as a superhero, so it's definitely a product of its time.
Mm.
And the fuck out of it in the '80s. Superman. It's me, Lex Luthor. So I want coal fire. OZ. Whoa, your voice is very attractive. Hey, you. I work hard.
I think my voice is very attractive too.
Let me just blow out all the
I've
things.
just reached the right age that I can do a thing.
The challenge of the Super Friends. Anime voice. Do I have an anime voice? Goku Shufudo. The Way of the House Husband. Have you seen that anime? It's very cute. I like. So there's this old Yakuza guy, like top dog in the Yakuza, leaves the Yakuza life to become a house husband, but he's still so like, you know, Yakuza. So he's like at the grocery store flipping around a knife in his hands like, I could make really good cutlets out of that, and it's on special. And the wives and the husbands are like, he's gonna murder us. Clip his follow or nah. Well, you know, I kinda want a thing, but you do you. I ain't gonna force you. Where's taco time? I turned off things because I knew you guys would potentially ruin a good moment like you. You're gay and I'm lucky you didn't join me when I was live. Good, because I didn't.
Well,
Thank you,
look
Clipsy.
who finally decided to show up. You, by the way.
Woo, 900. I've had 2+ followers. Okay, now I need to watch that anime. It's a good one. And Netflix, I don't know if it has it in anywhere else, but it's a recent enough anime because Netflix animes have been launching with subtitles now. So, you don't have to watch it illegally.
Foxy.
Beep. 8 more followers, getting real close. It has on Brazil. Ooh. Followers with low standards will but never none. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a teleport thing. Way. Oh. Can we go places? Nope. To get off, use menu button on left hand or the escape key. Ooh, that's no good. There's a helicopter. I'm in the pilot seat. Let's go. What? I do this all the time. We gotta go. All right. Ultra shot.
Hello.
Hi. I can't. Oh. Hi, Ultra Shot. We're going into space. Okay. Actually, surprisingly easy to drive until we run into the side of a mountain or something. And we did it. Well, we lead.
Hello.
Kawasaki, special word, lock and volt, and ultra shot. Hey, I don't want to be in this thing anymore. I'm free from the oppression of the helicopters. No. You do your quick menu.
The menu button on the left hand.
And then you just run away. Yeah, Raiders kind of everywhere. I need to go through my song so you don't get striked by Monster Cat. Okay. So Kawasaki was at +5, so that's 995, and then Lock and Volt was 996, maybe? I don't know. We're getting close, and then I actually have to think about things. Oh my. It's gonna get scary. Oh, hello. Where did you come from?
Respawn.
Respawn. Run away from the helicopter. That's what he said. She said. In my case, it's mostly a he. Are you afraid? Yes, I am afraid.
Foxy.
Because the thing I want to do will most likely fuck up.
525 Happy New Year,
Happy
Foxy.
New Year. Thank you so much, little toaster. That's so gay, shaking my head. To do a 24-hour, fuck that. I did a 9-hour with Mikasa. Never again. What is today's flavor? Hang on. I got the little bottle of vape juice around here somewhere. Hold on. Where is it? Is this it? Hold on. Oh, he exploded to death. Hold on. Pickle juice. Once I get my PC, I'll do a 24-hour. Well, yeah, okay, good. Oh, Mikasa, I've met them before. Oh, you have? He's the boyfriend. He's the main problem in my life. Or the other way around. I forget which one of us is the more abrasive one. probably me. Anyways, I feel like you did pickle juice recently before. You know, I can reuse flavors. Come on, I can reuse flavors. I mean, you know, with the pickle juice sort of thing, it holds for a long time. You get the pickles, you put them in the jar, then you get the juice, and then you pull the juice and you put it in your vape pen, you swish it around with some nicotine, and bam, biddly doo-dah, your brain gets sucked into your fucking mouth and everything puckers. I can't believe you. I need like zero gravity and all. Excuse me, the vape lung has got me. What did I miss in this chat, man? I need like zero gravity, like all the other bouncy streamers. It's gonna be a white. It's gonna be a while because I don't have a job anymore. Uh-oh. What? I'm curious what accent you have. I have no idea. Cutie, chug lemon juice, become lemon.
Yeah, I think the accent you have is just called moon.
Moon.
You have a moon accent.
I have a moon accent.
Well, that's another part of the law, isn't it? You're from the moon.
That's right. I am from the moon. I was born on
But
it.
you are also from. You're also from British.
Right. Because somebody says, you're from British. I'm from British. A Woolies or a Coles? Midnight wants to get a job at Woolies.
Woolies.
Okay, your choice. Land of Dreams or Flower Garden?
Land of Dreams.
All right, we're going to see how the Land of Dreams looks. We'll find out, won't we? VR chat hole.
Land of Dreams.
Land of Dreams. That's right. Foxxyboi killed Santa when he sat in his lap. I killed a couple of other people too, just because of the, you know, the weight distribution. You're from England, rest of UK. We are we are countries too. Yes. Ho. Well, now this is a interesting backdrop for me. It's like I'm a cartoon character.
Oh, this world is pink. I hate pink.
Yeah, pink is kind of like the worst color. Oh, and it's got this neat little shadow demon right there. Can you guys see the shadow demons? Shadow demons. But if I stand like this, yeah, okay. So there we go.
Oh, yeah, it has, yeah, it's got
Shadow demons. Shadow demons. Interesting little world, though. I like it. I'm a little bit interested in the hole in your hand. It is, as I've said, it is just a fancy cup holder. Red because I'm sick. It's like an MRI machine that freaks out every once in a while. It's a robot hand. I got a robot hand. It's pretty grand. Sometimes it malfunctions.
Can't really see it malfunctioning here though very well.
If I put it down here, you can see it's malfunctioning. Why the robot hand? Wait, no. I can you tell the lore of the robot arm?
Which one? You got hungry.
Okay, I got hungies, and you know, I had to get a new one, and I got a robot hand. Ah! Hello. Splashy Orb 2099. Welcome to the thingy. You're helping me get to that place with the 1 and the 0 and the 0 and the 0. So thank you. So a heated cup holder. Nice. That's right. And the leg. Yes, I've also got a robot leg. Robot. Eat. 4 more. What's it's a really big hole and it's really weird. People don't like my robot hand. I don't like my robot hand. I don't like it when I put it, you know, your nose in my hand. Ah, Kindle has the origins of the arm. The arm has gone through stages. Heath.
Also, yeah, because this is also the second arm.
This is the second arm. This is the big
Actually,
update
wouldn't that
arm.
make it technically
The third
the
arm.
fourth arm?
The fourth arm, because we had a regular arm.
No, because regular arm, robot arm version 1, then robot arm version 2, and you're still on regular arm.
Well, remember that time where I didn't even have an arm?
Yeah, that one didn't have an arm at one stage as well.
That one got caught. That one got.
Is this replacement arm, or
This
is that
is-
regular arm returns the two?
No, you see, it was it was a combine accident, and it was cut off. But we got to the hospital fast enough to reattach it. Yeah, I'm complicated.
And no one pays any attention to it, especially you.
No, I don't pay attention to shit. I really don't.
You know you don't.
Nope. Ooh, ghost.
Do you even know what's going on at the moment?
I don't know where I am. Boy up. Boy up. I don't know what that's from either. I found some interesting sound effects today. Is the applause in there? I hope the applause is in there. Exclamation point help. Yeah, I'm not that cool. I'm not that cool. I don't have good commands. I only have like one secret command. Yay, the applause works. I don't have any commands outside of exclamation point lurk. And then I have secret commands that only I can control. Oh, I guess I answered your question, Makeka. Okay. And then if it did it right, it's doing a thing right there, and it's poorly misaligned, and it's cute, yeah. Okay, the ghost thing's driving me crazy. I guess we're going to Flower Garden. Although I do like this world. And we don't get the ghost things in our vision, just only with this thing. The camera. Tiptoe through the tulips by the window. Oh, it seems to be a advertisement for Dragon Quest.
I've just got a black box. The video never loaded.
Well, I don't know. Hello, Bean Lord.
It says invalid URL for me.
Well, I guess you'll just have to enjoy these flowery plains. Plot twist: Foxy dies before he hits the yeah. Ooh. Now, I think if I die, then I get a bunch of. If you die, you get a bunch of subscribers, right?
Yeah.
What happened to the leg? I took it off and I got hungies. What?
Yeah, because that's generally the way it works. You do something really, really stupid on Twitch. Someone posts it. Someone's doing something really, really stupid on Twitch on Reddit, and you make bank.
Right. I guess I just need to do more controversial shit. I think that's how I get lots of followers, right? If I'm not doing sex stuff, then I guess I gotta, like, you know, say horrible things. Pokimane is an okay streamer, and then I get hate rated. I already know how. It's true. Are you gonna voy yourself, Chef Zev? I don't know. This flowery field goes on and on and on, and I'm a little tired and I can't be this way. I've got a little energy drink here to stay in my body. In my body.
It is a lot of flowers.
It is a lot of flowers. It is a
Not what
pretty
I'm expecting
world.
for it's not what I'm expecting for a flower garden.
True.
This is a meadow.
Crack open a can of rage.
Just keeps going.
It does keep going, but we're going to find out where it ends. There is one VR chat world that I've yet to see a streamer do, but it takes, I think, 9 hours to run the whole thing. It's the Dragon Ball Dragon Way world by Air In.
Yeah, that one apparently just keeps going.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is looking possibly terminal. And
We did it. We did it. We did it. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Okay. I can do that easy. The other hard part about that map is that it's not a straight line. You have to snake it. Well, actually found the edge of bliss.
Numb lock on or something and go.
Boop. Okay. So.
Foxy.
It's so pretty, but it really needs like bird song or something. Yeah, it's a little quiet, so we're gonna move on.
Yes.
Winter Forest or Bloom? Winter Forest it is.
Sounds good.
I know Huggies. Hello, Jacob Peppers. I don't lie when I say I do miss being in VR chat, but at the same time, I won't play with the. Well, you know, that's your standards. MH Player says, can you technically have infinite worlds in VR? I would assume so. Woo! Now I'm from a PlayStation 3 video game. You have a quest. Find me 18 different peppers for Jacob Peppers, King NPC. Find all 10 peppers and you will see the secret bonus cutscene at the end, where you see the blacksmith's true daughter. Poppins with the wall. What the fuck? I'm so detailed in here. But wall. I see. This is one of those worlds you come into. It's like, take a picture. And then that's it. You found the wall over here? Yeah. Wall.
Wall.
Wall. Wall. World wall. Wall. World. World wall. Wheelie la 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 la. Foxxyboi Skyrim edition. So wait a minute. Have you ever played Skyrim?
Yes, I played Skyrim.
Hello. Ha! Hello. Mercury. Well, welcome in. You're helping me out. I tried to get to 1,000, and you're one of the cool people that are doing it for me. Thank you. Anyways, what was I saying? You look like an Unreal Engine indie project by a new game maker. Oh, okay. So, jump, turn right. Okay. Turn left. Okay, that's wrong. Now use the shoot command. Fuck. That's how my game development works.
Oh, don't worry. We'll just rip out sets from the store and use those instead.
Spoil it anyways. I did my very first 2 streams today. Oh, Jacob Peppers is a streamies. I didn't know that. You have the power. Make Jacob Peppers go into the special thing. Well, I find us a new world because this world is nifty and all, but I don't like it as much as I did the other one. Let's go to space. Let's go to space. Bobby, space time, cadet Willie. There you go, Jacobs. I'm very musical today. Yes, I don't know why. I don't know why I try to sing everything. I can't sing. So I don't know why I'm like, oh, let me sing some more. I am a Disney princess. Well, okay, I'm docking here. All right. But we got background music, which is a positive. And then, can we go through the exit? No, I just go into... Oh, wait, there's a... I found the pen.
Found the pen.
But there's space around here. Toggle shield. Is there space out there? I think there's a space out there. I want to go out into space. All I see is Jupiter, and that's where I get more stupider. Is that species of fox that looks like me or poking me? I've joked that I've been a porcupine. Are you a porcupine? I'm porcupine. It's a Rexoium. Yeah, I don't know how to technically pronounce it, but yeah, we call it Rexoium, Rexes, or whatever. It's kind of foxist to me, although I am pink, and I've never seen a real pink fox unless it went and it fell into the vat of chemicals, but then, you know, it probably exploded. You know how it is. You know how it is.
Spill poor Pepto-Bismol all over yourself, and that's how you become Pink Fox.
East. Pink foxes are bottom, says Bean Lord. Okay, if that's what you believe. Jupiter. It a fox with just a lot of sugar. Okay. You, that Resilio guy, is it pronounced Rexoium? Is that how you pronounce it? If not, put it in the chat how to actually say it, but do it in a cool way. I don't know how you do it in a cool way, but it's his challenge, not mine.
Well,
shit, he said yes.
Is correct, so he doesn't have to.
Yeah, he just said yes. Fuck. I'm gonna mispronounce it. It's pronounced God damn it. Good evening, Zodfam. If it is you. I got a hole in my hand. Xander Wolf. Look at you. Coming in with a helping hand. I'm so close to 1,000 and you're helping me on the way to being silly on the internet. Okay, you say the Rex. Ooh, there you go. Uh-oh. Jacob Peppers is a fan. But Bah, bah, bah.
Is that how you say it when it's Halloween, Rex? Ooh.
Woo, yum, Rex, woo, yum, woo. I don't have a lot of favorite jokes from The Simpsons, but my favorite one was when they had a picture. They had Elvira come on. You know Elvira,
Yeah, I know.
right?
Elvira, yes.
And she was like,
Mistress
"Welcome
of the
to a
Dark."
scary movie marathon, and you can look at my boobs." Oh, I thought that was funny. Finally got Twitch ping. Happy New Year to everyone I haven't seen yet. You pronounce it exactly how it's spelled in the long Rex. Oh, I don't give a shit. You can totally, you Jacob, Peppers, and Kaya, you can talk about your own shit. I don't care. I'm not one of those people that screams about how Jupiter keeps getting closer and I keep getting more scared. I don't give a shit. Hell, I know that
Jupiter is getting closer.
I know the streamers are like, excuse me, you can only use my emotes in the chat. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. We're all trying to be cool out there. We're all trying to get our started up in my chat. I don't give a fuck. So I'm a little curious how close Jupiter's gonna get.
Just to prove it to you, I can do this.
What are you doing? Are you in control of Jupiter?
Yes. No.
Mikasa, you putting
any emotes in your chat?
Oh no, not Mikasa emotes. They're the worst. Anything but those emotes. No. I'm dying. Ooh, I just got a blash of.
Ow, I got a flash.
Oh yeah, okay, so it's not just me. All right, that's fun. I guess the shield's breaking up into the atmosphere of Jupiter.
You got it again just then?
I did, yes.
Good. It's off-putting.
It's off-putting. Well, I guess Jupiter was too good for us. Time to leave and never return. How about we go to a very bright world? You like bright? I like bright. It's filled with sand. You love sand. It's your favorite. Take my ass. Goodbye, Jupiter. You suck. That's right. True Foxxyboi lore. Write this down. I hate Jupiter. Jupiter can explode. Kendall, what? Oh, which has more gravity, Jupiter or Foxy's 1,000-pound butt? That's why it was getting closer. Hi, welcome to the Sandlands.
Oh, this is from that game.
It is. It's from Journey.
Yes. That's the game.
I liked Journey. It was a
I
very...
like Journey too.
It was a very good game. It was one of the first games where I remember specifically you could play online and have someone join you, but they could never talk to you. They could never chat.
Yeah.
They could never do... it was only just, there's a game character, you know.
Yeah, like, that's one of the things I distinctly remember when playing with it. It was like playing single, and then entered this area and another person joined. And it was obviously a thing that was like, okay, we do the thing together. And then we just went our separate ways. And it was like, that was nice.
It was. That's extremely bright.
Just
Also,
hello,
good
random
day.
internet person who I'm never going to know who they are.
That was some graphics corruption before you loaded in. Oh, good.
Sing along.
Excuse me, I have to sing. Just going to sneak by you. Sing along, you know the words.
And
Not be seen by you. Oh,
your
brother
brother
too.
too.
I'm afraid of
I'm
you.
afraid of you.
And then, yeah, there you go. There's the fart. Hello, I'm a potato. Well, if it isn't Potato Land 2_O. Potato Land 2.0. Hi.
More potatoes in your chat. You do have an abnormal number of potatoes.
Yes.
I mean, you don't have a lot, but 3 is an abnormal number.
If every potato I had in my chat, if I had a nickel for every potato that I had in my chat, it'd be 3 nickels. That's not a lot of nickels, but it's weird that it happens so often. Tators everywhere. Who loves them potatoes? You like your potato? How you like your potato cooked? Mashed, stewed up, boiled. Up. Get the circle. I'm a can of beans. I like mash. New clip edited. Oh, God. Michael? Oh, he is on a journey. Hello, Potato Land. Hi. You got the rare burpee one. And you're helping me. I'm close to 1,000 thanks to you. And then I can be extra stupid on the internet. Today is going to be a weird day. All right, I want to play. Okay, so what do I do? Oh! Wee la la. Okay. That looked like something different. Dragon Ball. Extra stupid. Yay. Okay, Goku, I've got one of the Dragon Balls. My wish is to have really soft underpants.
Oh, bye-bye.
Damn it. Tough. Bye-bye. Okay. Suck my Dragon Balls, you motherfucker. Trying to go somewhere different.
Yes.
It's a shame that I'm burning through all these worlds so quickly. I need to pick one that I like, but each one of them has its own problems. Although I think the first world I liked the most so far. Wanna do stupid. How do I do stupid, Kindle? Go to a public world. Fuck no. No, fuck you, Kindle. Fuck that. That's real. That's extra stupid. That's like real stupid. That's like, hey guys, come on in. I'm streaming. I'm gonna say a racist. Oh, it's black in here. Oh. Well, la 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 la. Well. Oh my. Can I go outside? Of course not.
Hello.
Michael! Oh no.
What?
I reached it. It's happening. I think, right?
No. Well, it says 999 there.
It says
on that one.
999. Wait a minute. Is it time? It says it's time. Oh no.
It's saying one more.
It says
I'm
one
seeing
more?
One more.
It says, I'm confused.
Chat's going one more.
Well, here's,
Little
it doesn't matter.
999.
I just got another person to join in. Voltec. Hi. Okay. Wait a minute. I think
Foxy.
I need to. It's. Come here, Michael. Thank you. It's time. So so Michael, it is that time.
Yes.
So I've I've gotta go through this. I gotta go through this door. You mind you mind if you stay here for a little while?
Yeah, I'll watch what's going on the stream.
Yes. I'll see you soon. I've got to go do a thing.
Okay, bye-bye.
You do realize that was like the most self-masturbatory, narcissistic thing you could have done for 1,000 followers on Twitch. Are you sure that was the best thing to do? Yeah, you're right. Maybe this was a little much. Let's go to my actual house. Hi, this is probably where I belong. And this is totally 100% a pre-recorded message to you. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much for following. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for chatting. Or just thank you for following and, you know, doing whatever you do. I appreciate it immensely, and I wouldn't be here without you. Thank you so much. It's so much fun to do Twitch, and I'm very excited to do it every time. Although I gotta say, every time I hit that start streaming button, I am always incredibly nervous. But thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for doing all the things that you do. I don't know what else to say. I mean, well, this ride of Twitch won't last forever. I don't know when it'll stop, but one day it will. But in the meantime, thanks for coming by and enjoying it with me. So, yeah, this is pre-recorded. So how do I do a transition back to what I was doing? What was I doing? Okay, I'm just gonna do a really crappy transition back to VR. Good luck, live boy. Well, that was an adventure, wasn't it?
It was an adventure, yes.
I did a thing. And some people got ads in the middle of it. Oopsie doodles. All right, so yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much for the 1,000 followers. It's been a thing to get here. So there we go. Only 2 times in our life. It wasn't 24 hours and we were born when we died. So cute. Yes. So that video took me, I think, at least 8 hours to render in total.
I can see it. Yes, you told me there was the thing that was going to take a while to thing. And it would have taken a while. Yes.
Foxy.
I'm so cute. Yes. Was that self-indulgent or what?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I'm very excited how that all worked out, and hopefully it all showed up for you correctly, because I can't tell you how many times I tried to put it into fucking OBS and it would make it stutter. Oh God, I was panicking.
I didn't see any stuttering at all. It all seemed to go fine.
It all fine. Yes, that door over there is where the 1,000 people live, or in the Council of Foxies live. They kicked me out though, so you know we can't go back in the door, unfortunately. It ran fine.
If I try to go there now, just nothing happens.
No, you're not allowed to go to the Council of Foxies, unfortunately.
I'll go. It's just a door.
Yeah, you had to have the secret things. I may indulge. It's good. It's good. Oh, it happened. Oh, it happened. It happened. Now I don't. So what do I do now? Do I just?
I have no idea.
Oh no, the grass is taking
I
me.
haven't thought this far ahead.
Oh no, the grass is taking me. Help me. Help me. Oh no, the grass. No. Hey. Oh wait, where am I? There you go. Yes, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. It's been good. I don't know. I really don't know how long Twitch is going to last for me, though. I guess it's just a matter of time, but at least I'm having good time right now. Huh? That's all that matters. Okay, so do we ignore it completely now? We ignore it completely. Okay, so
Yes.
we go to a new place and see all the new things. The number's so big that there's a number so big no one has ever wrote it, said it, or even thought of it. Having a good time doesn't matter. Will you still do YouTube? Of course. Of course I'll do YouTube. I definitely have slacked off on YouTube because Twitch is definitely more directly rewarding. And this world is 500 megabytes. Oh God, is this gonna fucking wreck my shit or what? What do you guys get? Just a black screen? How fun. Not even just a little bit of entertainment. No. I like that black screen. How about cookies? Do you still see memes? Yep, welcome to the void. I don't know. As a thousandaire, I may be too, I deserve all the cookies. Okay, how's this? Is this a stuttery mess? No, it seems to be running okay. Well, now we've got something. Now we're at Lakeshore. Dee-dee-dee. Fixes it. That took a lot longer than I expected to load in, but here we are. I keep going to Japanese themed worlds, don't I? Must have a thing. It does. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? As long as it's not.
That also has something to do with the tag in Twitter.
In Twitter, possibly. You gotta wash your hands with the ceremonial doodad. Wash hands. There we go. Beep beep. Hop up. Willy leap. Gummy worms have more bones than the actual worms. That's very true. Because isn't Jello and those gummy stuff kind of made with like horse bone or animal bone, a death. Mind telling us the world's name? What name we want to drop by there later? The hard part is it's all kanji, and I can't read it, unfortunately. What is the world name? Let me see if I can pull it up. It is called Sayake Shrine 2023, made by Ame Sake, AMESAKE, Ame Sake. Look that person up in VR chat, and there you go. That's the best I can do for you. Boy and up. We did it, Reddit. We solved capitalism. There you go, aka kickstand. All right. So I guess now that I've done the thing, I guess I can fix a thing in case you guys want to bother me with it. You're more than welcome to at this point. Let's see if I can fix
dumb shit back on.
That's what I'm doing. I'm turning the dumb shit back on. So here's taco time. You can have a bird up. You can have a kangaroo boy. You turned it on. You turned taco time on pretty quickly. I'm afraid to turn anything else back on. Come out of the sky, tacos. No need to ask why. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. It's raining tacos. Out in the street, diddly tacos. All you can eat, diddly lettuce and shells, cheese and meat, diddly. It's raining tacos. Yum yum yum, yee da 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 da. Okay, I'll go to the fucking waterfall. Jesus. I've seen Chicken Nugget and Dream in some streams. What did you see? What did you see? Waterfall time. What do you want me to do? I can't go to the waterfall. There ain't no secrets back here.
You mean this waterfall? Hi.
What? Get out of there. It's my waterfall. Yeah, 5 times. So many 5 times. Chicken Nugget Dreams. Oh no, Noodle. Hello to the taco stream. Tacos. No need to ask why. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. We did it, baby.
We DIDIT baby. One. Day fun times.
Lettuce and shells, cheese and meat. It's raining tacos. Yum, 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 yum. Joey gave me 1,000 bits during taco time. Taco time! I love taco time. Never trust Twitch chat. Hell no. You guys are terrible. All of you. Especially you, you gray little baby boy. Gray poopy bear. I don't know if I mentioned this, but you know something you should try? The suggestion apple pie sliced on a cheeseburger. Ooh. How did I know there'd be 2 tacos? I don't know. Hi there, Gamercoon 23. Thanks, Jay. Thank you, Joey, for the 1,000 biddies for the 1,000 followers. If that's going to be the case, then in 2,000 followers, 2,000 biddies, 10,000 followers, 10,000 biddies. Uh-oh, Joey's got himself fucked. Hope I don't get popular. But we did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray. Now we sing it. Yes, I'll do that for you. Yay. Oh yeah, Joey's going to be he's going to have a small Joey soon.
He's getting a small Joey.
He's getting a small Joey.
A Joey.
It's going to be brought to him by a big, stupid bird. Some people might call it a stork.
Yeah, he's having a Joey.
He's having a Joey. So I have a question for you, Mr. Josephine. If I don't know what your real name is, and you don't have to tell me, but if it happens to not be Joey, then if you name your child Joey, at what age do you tell them, well, son or daughter, I named you Joey because of an animal that I pretended to be on the internet? At what age?
Gary
Gary Garoo. I love it. Oh my goodness. You shout out Joey. He needs to stream a bunch before the little Joey comes on, because then after that we probably won't see him for some time because he'll be very tired.
Yes.
It was a promise I made on a platform no longer exists. Ooh, I love it. That's deep. That's dark. That's all the things in between.
I cannot spell the words.
I think you would be also good to see Foxxyboi as a kangaroo. Uh-oh. Almost everyone will go around the sun more times in their life than around the earth. Okay, that's true. I've been around the earth. I have been around the earth. I've done it. I might do it again. Uh-oh. High definition graphics here. Oh, I think we've been here before. Ah, yeah, double the shout out for Jody's. Santa Claus knows exactly all the evil people are in the world, and he doesn't do anything about it. It's true. There, we have background music.
Yay.
Where there he is. I think I'm about to become a kangaroo. I'm not sure. There's talk.
Quite possibly, yes.
There's talk about it. But you see why I turned all that shit off? Because how terrible would it be? Like, here's this magical 1000 moment. Hey guys, I'm a kangaroo, and the trap card of all the farts come up on stream. It's like, motherfucker. You know too much. Laxing music, yes, laxing. A little diarrhea-inducing music, huh? Do you remember a world similar to this?
I think so.
Read my brain waves. Joey redeemed Kangaroo Boy. No, you didn't. It would have done the thing. You're lying. You didn't do it. It said I sat in my room last night watching a stream, drinking a gallon of orange juice and eating 20 chicken tenders. Ooh, that's not sad. Must have been a glitch. You're trying to trick me, Joey. You're trying to trick me. Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. He is here. Whoa. Music changed. I wonder if that'll get me demonetized. Oh well, let's turn it down just a little bit. And then I'll just talk over it, and there you go. Oh, you missed it, Midnight. I had this whole spectacular thing that I did. You missed it. Portal tech is real, but right now it's the only spirit realm. Oh. Teleportation has been made, but not public yet. Okay. And Foxxyboi, I do not see a kangaroo redeem. See, Joey? You little liar. Is there redeem? Let's see. I thought I turned it on. Yep, it's there. It's there. You might have to refresh the stream. Do it again? Tough. I did it. It was very self-masturbatory for me to do it just the once. I don't need to be doing it again. So sorry. Shh, moon god, you fucked it up. If you have 8,000 points, I'll be happy to turn into a little kangaroo for you for up to 10 minutes. Jacob Peppers, you see that? You see that one? It's thanks for the pods. You see that? That's my Sonic OC. I'm a big believer in certain things, such as everybody should have a Sonic OC. Foxxyboi, but yeah, I've got my own Hobkin redo and normal Hobkin and people need to switch into. Yeah, that's part of the fun, right? Government killed the guy who made the first ever water-powered car. Ooh.
Well, what's that thing you're supposed to be able to do with Sonic characters on the internet? You just put your actual first name and go to the hedgehog.
Dead hedgehog.
And you'll find something on Google image search, guaranteed.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? Jesus, the song keeps getting, it's just blasting my ear bowls. But I like it. I like that song. Government killed the guy who made the first thing and then claimed it. Your ear balls. Yeah, sorry. Is that weird? Boop, boop, boop. Gets louder and louder until it's hissing out. No, you didn't like that. You didn't like ear balls.
Foxy.
I'm very foxy. Yes, indeed. Foxxyboi in Sonic OC has Tails ability, but instead of flying, he flies with spots. Yes, no, it was not weird, but it was weird. Saying that, nah, I refuse to hear whatever you said, Jacob. I'm interpreting it my way, and ear balls is here to stay. Do you like your ear balls? Give me, I want to see if I can give you an ear ball. Give me, let me see if I can give you an ear ball. Wait, why are you taller than me? Stop it. Get down on my level. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if I do this, there, and then your head is like a ball. Ear ball. You bald
Ear
now.
balls.
Ear balls. Ear balls about Jacob Peppers. I'm just fucking with you. Please ignore me. All right, get this out of here. I don't like it anymore. Motherfucker. I can't. You're stuck. You are stuck. Where the fuck did I put you? Okay, I got one. There you are. There you go.
Yay.
I think he's cute like that for sure. I like it when he's like a little torpedo overhead.
I just saw train.
That's right. You did see a train. Foxxyboi 1K moment. Let's go. You missed it, Feed Me Paper. I did my moment. It was meta as fuck. And a little, you know. Last night I actually had someone offer me weird kind of beast avatar. What did I miss? You missed a lot. You'll have to watch the VOD to see what I did. Maybe I'll cut it and put it up in the Discord. I'll cut it out of the stream and, you know, make it a thing. Ugh. It's so self-masturbatory though. I don't think I could put it up on YouTube without getting fucking flagged for it. You think it was too much?
No, because you were self-aware enough to know that it was too much.
If I hadn't have done that, it would have been bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The thing was, though, I had that whole idea in the shower one morning. Did it all. I did a lot of the legwork, which ended up being way too much work. Because you saw every single Foxxyboi, right? That was me. That's me standing and clapping. There's no repeats. They're all individual. That was all me standing in there.
Yeah, that's the bit I assume where you're saying that took 7 billion hours to render.
So I don't even know. Yeah, so I did. I had all the Foxxybois lined up this way, right? That was one shot. That took 2 hours to render. It also took me 2 hours to film all that, as I had to stand there and angle myself correctly and then move over. And then the clap that one was 2 hours. The clappy one was the hardest one because I had to redo it a couple of times, and then it took forever to render. All green screen shots.
Yeah, I was going to say. So I assume you did it with just the backing shot was the blank slate of the room, and then whilst the camera in the same position, you just green screen yourself into each slot. And then lay it over the top.
That is correct. Only one of those Foxxybois is actually in the world because I forgot to do the just the background shot of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh motherfucker! I accidentally highlighted all chat again. I do that too often. Come here, you little stupid chat. Come here. So what you doing? I don't know. I did this stream so I could do a thing. I did the stream. Now I don't know what's happening anymore. You know what's terrible, Kendall? Here's how my clap sounds in VR. You can't hear it because I'm just touching my fingertips.
Yeah, it's just and because you don't want to hit your controllers together.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because if you try to clap otherwise, you end up with hands down over here. Because you have to take your controllers off.
Yeah.
Or your clapping looks like this. No, that's not working.
It's not working! Later on, I've got to talk to my friend about OBR Toolkit. Yes, it's a great thing. Oh, James wants to join. Sorry, James. Doing a 101. My sister decided to connect her phone up to the TV. She kept kicking me out of the blah, blah, blah. Tell your sister to shove it. Caillou's doing something sassy. Have you seen Obi clapping? I don't know if I have.
So I haven't seen Obi in a bit.
Oh, yeah. Obi's been gone for a little bit. I got a hole in my hand. Ashley, what are you doing in here? What are you doing? Don't believe your lying eyes. Clip by Kendall. Uh-oh, I may accidentally be playing it. I have seen, okay, yes, I did see that, Kendall. It's so good. Go click that fucking Twitch clip. It is so out of context. It's so good. I was just talking to Obi earlier. Who's a cutie? It's me. It's on the Obi. Can't sleep and got bored. Well, welcome to the Don't Sleep stream. I am not a chill streamer. I don't think so.
Actually, I think the last time I spoke to Obi was when he'd actually just sent me that.
Funny as fuck. The sound of Ed Nettie. You did! Good catch. Ed Nettie was one of the few cartoons where they broke down a lot of their major sound clips and put it all available online. So I took a lot of the sound clips. They're all over there. I've got a lot of Ed Nettie and Croc 2 Legends of the Gobos sound effects. I'm not a chill streamer. Relaxing wave noises. I mean, have you met me, Paper? At what point have I ever been like, yo, bro, that's vibe? Bing chilling? Granny lives in Asia.
Yeah, you
Day
don't
for
have
him.
the.
It's a day for
we've
me.
reached the end of the stream. It means it's snuggle time.
Oh, fuck no. I'm in Asia. It's 6:27 p.m. for me. What did I just watch? I got recommended Bing chilling IRL streamer. Uh-oh. Foxy. That clip was amazing. Well, my birthday was on September 1st of 1994. So if you were 1994, how old are they?
They're currently 19. 18. They'll be 19 in September this year.
Hey, he did math. Hi, Foxy. I got Nitro Classic code, and I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it either, except to applaud my efforts. I'll be back. I'm going to make some ramen, have some good times. Put an egg in it.
Fuck! I just realised I've got some eggs that I got to eat tomorrow.
Why eat them tomorrow when you can eat them today? Do you eat your eggs whole, or do you de-shell them first? Wait, he's actually 28? 1994. 2004. You were wrong.
Oh, for some reason, I just went 2000 and thingy instead of the other thingy.
You're supposed to be the math guy.
Yeah, I was 10 years out.
He's dead to me. Anyways, what's up with the chat? I'm gonna give away. I don't know. I don't know what it is that you got, Sapphire. I don't even know. I have 50 eggs. Do the Foxxyboi thing and put them up your butt. That's not the Foxxyboi thing. Miles wants me to be a lot more sussy than I am. Hello. Cryptic Wolf wanders into the store. He says, hello, do you have 579 items for sale? I say no. He says, uh-oh. Thank you very much for the congratulations on 1,000. I appreciate it. Oh, Tree Tender, hi. Tree Tender, look at me. Look at me, look at me. I'm 1,000 dead now. I got 1,000 followers in the thing. I'm coming for you. I think Tree Tender's like at 1 million. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Tree Tender. Oh my goodness.
Boy up.
Boying up. It's Always Sunny in California. I just watched an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Do you like that show? Oh. Did you see what he did? Did you go in there?
It's a magic. Check this out. You can go into here. The things disappear, so you can keep going. But then you can't get back because this is a solid wall.
Oh, fuck. Interesting.
Sorry, what was your question?
Do you like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Never really got into it.
As an adult, I found out about that show, so I'm a little lack to the crew. But I do like Danny DeVito.
Yeah, but that's Danny DeVito.
Best penguin, best penguin. Best taxi driver, best taxi driver. Truly good father to the actress who played Matilda? Absolutely. What's his wife's name? Something Perlman? No. Rhea Pearl? Rhea Pearl.
Something like that, yeah. I'm gonna do a thing then. To the internet.
This is the worst sake I've ever bought. What is it called? 300. Blah. Garbage. Foxxyboi, just a warning for you and Michael. You're going to want to stay out of the MMD dance world for PC only because the chocolate cream song is broken for any avatars that have digitally grayed legs. Ooh.
Rhea Perlman.
Rhea Perlman, I was right. No, I said Rhea Pearl. Ron Perlman. Cats that look like RonPerlman.com.
And like they've been going 40 years.
Yeah.
That's forever in show business.
Because they actually genuinely like each other.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a show business marriage. It was...
Because I don't think they've ever started on a TV show together or anything like that until Matilda. The Matilda on Netflix made my nephew cry. Oh, look a cutie, it's me. What will end up happening is your avatar's legs will be right up its head. Yep, I know about those MMD worlds. Although I have yet to be into an MMD world with the robot leg. I wonder how that'll work.
Probably, interestingly.
Yeah, because the heel is higher than the other one.
I think the avatars I've got, it's probably the Tosca Rex works best in MMDs because it's got all the MMD Vizims in it.
That's right.
It's got 7 trillion blend shapes.
Did you fix the big one?
No, the hair's still a bit scuffed.
Yeah. It was part where the head teacher was stretching the kid's ears, and the kid said, "I don't like this movie." Actually, Foxxyboi, me and my husband took the task arrest, and the legs ended up right in the head and the chocolate cream song. So we just won't play the chocolate cream song. I think that's the one where it's real sussy, right? It's like shake your butthole sort of song.
I can't remember half the song because I don't pay attention to anything.
I know. I don't even know if you're really here half the time.
Probably not.
Uh-oh. Okay, I have... Wait, I didn't like that one, right? I didn't like that one. I like that one. We can go back to some... Okay, I have only one other world that we can go to. It's called the Royal Flash Theme Park. Oh, but it's 601 megabytes. Maybe we don't go to that one.
We can deal with that.
We can try. Hi. If it isn't Sky Pup the Second, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm about to go in there. I'm also going to take a quick pee break. Thanks so much for joining in. I'll be putting up the BRB screen while we load into this world while I take a big old piss-a-doodle lol. All right, see you guys here in a second.
Are you aware of that fact? Did you
Yes.
know? Oh shit.
Oh yeah, you can hear that car.
That is a loud car.
That is a loud car. Good luck on your communications and presentation. Boofle Otter has joined the fray. All right, Mikasa, come here. Come here. Okay, there's the camera right there. All right. Okay, that was a unique noise. All right. I've been corrupted by all the furries.
What the
I just want to be pink, and everybody's like, "Oh, let's say all the terrible stuff. Let's over-sexualize everything." Damn furries.
It's all right.
Boogs gets it. Yes, I have the Discordy thingy boo baba. I also have a YouTube. Please subscribe there. I work really hard at it. My most notable video is about 4. Mikasa, are we at your desk?
Possibly, yes.
Yep, it is just straight up blender room. Blender. Oh, look, there's a cube.
Don't press it.
Why?
You know why.
But now I really want to press it.
When I tell you not to press something, what is it normally?
To press it. Got it. No, it's a mirror. I hate this place. This place is horrible. I don't like it. Look at me go. Oh, look at my butt. I wish I had full body again so I could shake my ass for my own self-worth.
He's like,
my name is Jeff.
KO. Fight.
may your favorite sports ball team kick all the balls.
Yes.
That's how they.
A return. I like doing the MMD worlds, but every time I do an MMD world, it gets muted on the audio automatically. I've done it a few times.
I got stuff muted on the audio on New Year's Eve.
Oh, you did? I haven't really rewatched any of the VOD from New Year's. I didn't even look at it.
The bit that got muted contained the actual New Year's Eve countdown. So whatever the DJ was playing at the time triggered Twitch.
Hello, boy. Welcome. There he is. They is here. This person that played the sound bit, his name is, or their name is Potato Foxy VR. What's over here? A magical land filled with magic and wonder and a banana and a ghost.
Creepiness.
And, you know what I heard, right? It was bad.
What did you hear?
You said creepiness. I heard 3 penis. I'm like, well, all right. Winter, the ice dragon. Put a banana here. Hey, I just found a joke. Is it me? Something strange in the neighborhood. Who are you going to call? Something strange in the neighborhood. Who you going to call? Whatever the fuck this is.
Paranormal investigators.
Paranormal investigators. Boodaloo-doo-doo-doo. Boodaloo-doo-doo.
Zach Baggins.
Doodaloo-doo-boo-doo. Boodaloo-boo-doo-doo. Zach Baggins.
Hello.
Into the ice dragon. Want to hear it? Du bist in Kartoffeln. You are a Kartoffeln. Penis. I don't know. Well, have you ever seen the Charlie the Unicorn? Of course I have. You think I mean, come on. Come on. Charlie. It's a magical Leopleurodon, Charlie. Is this a ride that goes ups and downs?
It has a VR sickness rating.
Low. 5-second delay. Better get on there. Quick now. My hands are in the air. Wee.
Wee.
Wee. Wee.
I want the one that just says
Who's ready
yes.
for cereal? Reese with her
I want VR
spoon.
sickness rating. Yes.
Yay. Come on. I see shit over there. No, I get it. Reese with her spoon. Who's ready for cereal? Reese's. Reese's Puffs. Reese's Puffs. Eat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up. That was one of my favorite memes of 2022 was that mix up of Reese's Puffs and the other thing of the two songs. Boy up. Boy up. Are we going to drop or what?
Are we going to go? Or?
Are we going to go? Wow. What a fun and exciting ride that was at the magical theme park. What's this world called? So glad you asked. It's called Royal Flash, not the flush kind, Royal Flash Theme Park. It's a bit of a bigger one, but it's good. Foxxyboi, I think I'm probably going to be getting a new version of Arrogant. What is that? I don't know. Something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? This gray bitch. Boop, boop. Do you press the play button?
Rating sickness medium.
Medium.
Foxy.
We're going on a trip in a little rocket ship. Did you press the play button this time? You did?
Yes.
Okay.
Foxy.
It's a mixture between a protogen and a space chicken. Well, I'm a foxy guy. We're just here on a roller coaster. Hold your hands up, we. Roller coaster time, we. Roller coaster time. We. I'm jiggling for the screen. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Uppies. Thank you. Thank you for the applause. Thank you. I have to go shopping. Congrats on the 1K. Thank you very much to the two of you. Potato Foxy is changed their name. They're now Potato Foxy VR. It used to be just Potato Foxy, but now it's Potato Foxy VR. Maxim Man.
Well, look who finally decided to show up. See you, by the way.
Bumper cars. Steer, accelerate, do some shit. Speed, master only, master Mikasa. Okay. Oh. Hold on. Wait. Okay. I'm in a bubble car. You guys can't really see it very well. Let's do it this way. Oh no. Ah. How is everyone? I think we're doing well. Well, I don't know. Can't speak for the chat. That's presumptuous of me. I want all of this crazy ride. Whee! Michael, I can't leave the cot.
How do you, I'm sure there's instructions over here. Hang a tick.
But, oh, I just pressed respawn. Somehow I got out of there.
That'll do.
Ask Mikasa to pick a number between 1 and 5. I know what's about to happen. Michael, 1 and 5.
Yes.
1 between 1 to 5. 3. The fought one, I think. It is the trap god of trap gods. File number. Oh no! Well, at least this one's easy to deal with. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Welcome to the chat. We're just gonna do big face mode. There, this is big enough. Hopefully it is. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi. So anyways, this is Big face mode. You like big face mode?
Foxy.
Yes. Well, so, I can't see half the things because this camera's right in my fucking face. Hooray! Oh, I want to play this game, but they can't see it. Closer.
Foxy.
Is this closer? I love Itachi Brothers Sasuke. Oh, I don't know anything. Uh-oh, Blitzy. Hi, Blitzy. I'm surprised that the camera is not in your mouth because of how close it is. You know, I don't like there he is. He is here. Big face mode. Just going to sneak by you, and I be seen by you. I am afraid you. I'm afraid of you.
Hello.
Hi there, meme soul. Meme soul, my face is not normally this close to the camera, I swear. Have you been drinking, Foxy? Well, you know, just a little bit. But also, I have a ridiculous personality. And it's a problem. What's the suggestion feature thing? Oh, that thing. Wait, I don't know. The suggestions feature. Oh, I think I remember that. Yeah, you can suggest things for me to do, and then I probably will ignore you. That's what makes you you. Dime Rhyme. I wonder who you are. You must be somebody.
Hello.
Loki the Corgi. Hi. That's a good name for a corgi. Loki Corgi. Or Corky Corgi. Or Samantha. I feel like that's a good name for a dog. It's just Samantha. I had a cat named, like, you know, Rachel for a little while. It was funny. Because then, you know, you'd be screaming at people going, hey, Rachel got stuck behind the couch again. Okay, Rachel's either a drunk or a cat. It's going to be throwing a space chicken into my Unity. Well, good. Have fun with it. All right, we'll leave that alone. What did I miss there? I don't know. Chat goes by too quickly. Do you stream any of this? Kindle asks to Moon God of Mods. How long is this big face camera mode gonna be up for? Huh? Why is it so much? So much face. Michael, I can't see you. Where are you? My face is in my face. Michael, did you leave me?
What?
Where'd you go?
Yes.
Oh, I want to go to the haunted house.
Right.
I want to go.
The haunted house is under construction.
Why is the haunted house under construction? I want to get spooked.
Here, play Super Box Core instead.
It's not that I try to ignore it. I wanna hear what you have to suggest. Because most people just suggest that I shake my butthole for stream, and I don't wanna. What? Why? I don't know. Berries are gross. Some wonderful whiskers I have. Yes, thank you. I got that one, and I got these. Can I move them? Oh no, I can't. Wait. Stop grabbing the camera.
Broken.
Yeah. My face is big for only so long. Thank you. Checkpoint! Yay! I can leave this horrible place of big face mode. All right, what are we doing? How are we doing it? Can we go on the Spoopy ride, or are we going on the loop-de-loop ride?
We're going on this one. We're going on the loop-de-loop.
We can go loopy loopy, loopy boopies. All right, let's see. What would be the best angle for this? This one? All right. Here we go. Uh-oh. Oh, we're so jittery. Wee. Hands in the air like you just don't care. Rotating little there. Remember to keep your hands and arms inside the ride at all times. We are not responsible for any loss of items such as wallets, cell phones, keys, cars, anything else inside your nature's pocket, and everything else. Oh yeah, I see it now. You heard me yodel. Yodel. So we can't do the poopy ride. We can't do the spoopy house.
We can't do the spoopy ride. It says under construction.
Wow, Phantom Gender, like just coming in here with the hate speech. I'm kidding. Can't hate with it's a fact. So we did ride. We did the haunted. We did the roller coasters. Now we gotta do another.
Roller coasters.
I want to explode.
The castle. The castle isn't a ride.
Why does it appear as an asterisk in chat? What appears as an asterisk in chat? I don't see anything as an asterisk. Maybe you got settings.
If it appears in Asterix's chat, you've probably got your own settings turned on.
Ah, so you don't see the
Sussy words.
You don't see the sassy worlds. I have a question. What do you think of the song I Won't Entertain That Conversation? That's what I think. You may have filters on. He or they may have filters on for sure. Can I just ride this standing? Apparently I can.
It seems so, yes.
Well, that's kind of nice. A lot of the Ferris wheel things, you have to sit, and if you don't, it's not good. And this was not jiggling me too much. I mean, you could see it in my shoulders, kind of like, are you moving, and you moving, and you moving, and you moving?
But it's just a little bit. I just had an interesting head little movement then.
Oh, yeah, it does do that occasionally. Foxxyboi, I think someone's mind is in the gutter, of course.
It's a furry chat, of course it is.
Battery low on the machine of vapies. No. Luckily, it charges quickly. No, it's not big head mode again. I'm just closer to the camera by mistake. We'll get it out of there. Not going to have any of that. This world is good. I'm enjoying this world. I like the feel of it. I like the look of it. The rides are working, except for the spoopy ride house, which is what I wanted. You're going to have to stop that, because if when I come on your stream in however many hours, ain't no lewd shit with me. It's gonna fly.
That's sort of, this is sort of what you want also from a Ferris wheel, is the nice view.
Yeah. BTA Sniper says 1 million. Were you here for the 1,000 thingy, BTA? I don't know if you were. I'm really sorry about the ads. I don't know how to... I can't do anything about it. I really can't. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Twitch will do what Twitch does, because like, you can set your own ads, but if you do that, you end up showing more ads than not.
Yeah, I know.
But then at least, but the thing is though, it's then set at certain times.
It's fine. I like ads. It gives suggestions for stuff. And there's Turbo, and then there's Twitch Alt Player. Right, because I'm a big supporter of both of those objects. Because I'm a Twitch Turbo subscriber, so $8.99 a month. I get no ads, whatever. Kai Volpis, which I agree with, is a Twitch Alt Player, which does not have the ads as well. But I don't know if that helps with the metrics and stuff. Don't know. Don't care. Use whatever the fuck you want to use. Yeah, that is weird.
The ads and then sub to people who I feel like subbing to.
Well, see, with Twitch Turbo, you don't have to sub to people. You can grab your whiskers.
Yeah,
they seem to be independent
monetization
business. Yeah.
Either.
Yeah, I don't know what the monetization is.
Poof!
Bit. Or just send bid. There you go. James, you poor thing.
Ow.
I'm doing a thing with that one, James. On my phone, I get the Twitch ads, but on my laptop, I get 0 ads because I'm using Brave. Ah, yes. Good browsers. Brave is a good one. I think. Do you use Brave? It's running on Chromium.
No, desktop, I use Firefox.
Of course.
Because for me, I do prefer the development tools on it.
Did you update your avatar recently?
Define recently.
Last week or so.
Not this one, no.
For whatever reason, let me see. Look at the camera. Occasionally, your eyeballs have been going like left, right, and center. You've been doing the like I got punched in the mouth fail. Firefox work with uBlock. Beautiful.
Yeah. So because I got uBlock on Firefox. I always also run a thing. Oh, what's it called? It's a useful anti-tracking thing called
Privacy Badger.
Yeah. So it's basically a cookie tracking blocker thing.
What's unlock sounds like uBlock. Yeah, uBlock is the better ad blocker, right? Yes? Yes. I'm drinking sake and whiskey at the same time. It's a bad combo.
Yeah, that's a bad combo. You're going to have regrets tomorrow.
I'm going to have the poopies. With my Brave, I'm not running Chrome with it. I'm actually running Firefox with it. My husband was the one who said it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Twitch is interesting.
The thing with Twitch, because Twitch directly puts the ad into the same feed. It's not like YouTube where it's loading up a separate video before or after or during the other video.
Correct. Your eyeballs are going fucking mad crazy. You can't tell. No, I can't. Well, yeah, because I can't see it on my camera because even though I've got my camera up. So I had skaters to my eyes with 100% confidence. So they just look forward all the time. Well, kind of. And they work. Oh yeah, Chrome is stopping ad blocking, right?
Something like that, yeah. I mean, it's making ad blocking more difficult.
Don't worry, the power of the internet and its hate will flow through it.
I mean, back in the old days, before like add-ons to browsers and things, it was, yo, here's shit that you can put in your host files to change all the DNS entries, so all the ad blockers just go to localhost.
Localhost, my favorite host. I can't play AQW anymore because Flash Player doesn't work. There was a Flash Player. There's a Flash Player.
Yeah, there's an independent standalone thingy that someone's done, and there's another thing which I know someone's done of basically a big ass collection of Flash shit.
Right. There was a concerted effort with the Internet Historical Society. I don't know if that's the official word for it, but they definitely did their best to preserve popular Flash games. And Ruffle. That's it. I wonder how you know about it. I know about it from somewhere stupid. I didn't see the 1K because working. Well, BTA, you'll have to watch the VOD because I ain't doing it again. It was too, if you catch my drift. Hey, can we go in the castle?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Well, you can go in the castle, but it's just black.
It's racist. This castle's stupid.
See?
Wolfgod Hideko. Hi, what do you usually do when you are drunk? Well, it may involve the VR chatties and getting myself into trouble with people. And, I think I'd be a better person if he wasn't such an enabler, Wolfgod Hideko. And thanks for coming in and doing the following things all the fucking time. It's like, Foxxyboi, go get him. And I go over there, like, you stupid, you stupid, you stupid. And you're giggling over there. And I go, oh, okay, that means I can do it more. You're terrible.
Yes, I have.
Recover for a month. I got so drunk in June of this year, whenever the ferality was, that I had to give up drinking for a little while because I had like a week hangover. How do you get sober?
For like a good couple of months, basically.
Pretty much. I gave it up for like 2 months, but now my drinking habits, when it's a normal work week, no alcohol Sunday through Thursday, maybe some on Friday, maybe some on Saturday. Depends on how I feel. And then, as of recent, I have been slowing it down. Granted, I got pretty turnt last week when I got off of work for the first time in a while. I had a month break in between. How do you get sober? Water. Science says water. All the water you can drink.
Yeah.
And time. There's no way you can get sober faster.
Yeah, you can hide it. You can disguise it a little bit with things like caffeine, but it's going to come back and haunt you.
Ever been to Eurofurence? Jacob Peppers, my favorite username on fucking Twitch. It's such a fucking good name. And he says it's his real name too. It's just like, God fucking damn it. Like, I'm going to name my child Jacob Peppers. Can we have a child and call him Jacob Peppers? I have been to the Eurofurence World in VR chat, but not the actual convention. I've never actually been to a physical convention. Old Weller's trick of huffing oxygen to help. Oh, that's also true. I disagree. I have to retract my previous statement. If you want to cure a hangover, pretty much instantly, go to your local clinic and ask for an IV drip of saline. You'll be cured within 30 minutes to an hour. That is actually a thing that people did in Las Vegas. Oh, there he goes. They would get drunk, and then they would go get an IV drip. My friend Nick's beer and whiskey. Well, I mean, I mix all my liquors together, because liquor before beer, never fear. Beer after liquor, no, liquor after beer, you're not in the clear. Vomit time, I don't know. Just put all the liquid in your body. Let your body go, wow, look at this. It's poison, but it makes your brain feel tingly. Do whatever you're going to do. Backstreet Boys, every song with a rags, it looks like you're high as a kite. Oh, in the MMD world? Also blew out the veins. Oh, stomach pumped. Ooh. Ew, Kendall, no. Oh, God, no. That's scary. It's scary dairy. Got you, bitch. Got you, bitch. I just wanted to show you guys the back of my neck. Don't worry. There we are. Let's see. Okay, stop losing feelings in the arm. Did I just hear a bunch of shot glasses? You did not. You heard me. Vaping. I can pretend that I've got a bunch of shot glasses. Hang on 1 second with me. Here, let's go over here. Let's see if I track over here. I'm doing. Oh, look, I'm an alcoholic. Oh, fuck! I dropped all my whiskey. Shit. Okay. That was a little close to the chest. I don't know if you heard that. Yeah, Mickey's gone pretzeled. No drinks, so I have next to no experience with peaks and pitfalls therein. That's fine. Alcohol just makes your brain go tingly.
My brain is tingly.
I have seen Family Guy. I have watched a few episodes of American Dad. And I did a Simpsons Bonnie there for a second. Family Guy was good for a little while, and then it got very repetitive, and now it's about just being edgy, so I don't care for it anymore. Although YouTube Shorts definitely recommends it. I don't care for it anymore. That is not to say that it's not a bad show. Obviously, it's got a long-running season, so it definitely has its highs and lows. There are some good jokes. Boys up. There's some good fucking jokes from Family Guy, although I can't quote any at the current moment.
Well, I think any good joke these days from Family Guy would just be Peter Griffin going, "Hey, do you remember that one time that we had a good joke?" And it would just flash back to the whole episode.
Lois, remember the time? Wait, Peter. You vile woman. I think I could do a Stewie if I practiced more.
You can
Brian.
Stewie better, yes.
Brian, you vile woman. Oh.
Foxy.
Yes. Ooh, piece of candy. I met James Woods once. Did I ever tell you about the time I met James Woods? Why you back away from me? Don't back away from me. Come back here. Where you going? Come back here. Hi, who's there? Ego Ralka. Hi.
You mean that human piece of shit, James Woods?
Is he a human piece of shit?
Yeah, he's a human piece of shit.
Why? I don't know. Why? I just know him as the voice of Hades.
He's got that whole sort of right-wing chug thing going on.
Oh. Well, I met him once.
Let's
Well, that's unfortunate.
sing along.
Okay.
Well, it was probably back in the day when he was
gonna
better.
sneak by you. It was probably 2005, and it was with his agent too. We were at a sushi restaurant. You know,
I think you might have mentioned this to me before. Now that you mentioned
I went
agents
to
in sushi restaurants.
I went to a sushi restaurant, and it was one of those fancy sushi restaurants where the sushi chef was like in front of you and did all the sushi in front of you. He made the sushi to order. It was very wonderful. But I was sitting there with my friend, another friend of mine, and then it was this long table, and then they sat James Wood, and I think it was 2005, so I knew him from Hades, but my friend was like, "Hey, that's James Wood," and I was like, "Oh, okay," and I'm like, "Who's James Wood?" And he goes, "Hades." "Oh, yeah, that's right, I remember Hades." And he's like, "Yeah, that's James Wood." I'm like, "Okay," and she was like, "Go say hi." "I don't wanna." "Go say hi." "I don't wanna." "Go say hey." "Fine." I go to James. "Hi, James Wood. Sorry to interrupt you. Hi, how you doing?" "I'm doing good." "What are you doing here?" "Oh, whatever. Cool. Thanks. Bye." And that's what I did. And that was my interaction with James Wood. Good story. Good story.
Yay.
Foxxyboi, at least you're not drinking the alcohol of death. Is that gasoline? I love gasoline. It makes my car go vroom, vroom, beep, beep. Ever ate grass to see what it tastes like? I've eaten grass. I have absolutely eaten grass when I was a younger kid. Ate a worm. I've definitely eaten loose change. Definitely stuck a marble in my mouth and swallowed it. Put a popcorn kernel up my nose. Couldn't get it out for like 6 hours, and my mother was like, "Why is your nose all red?" And I was like, I got popcorn in my brain." And she's like, "Why do you have popcorn?" "I put it in there." It's like, well, she was so disappointed. And then she said, "Okay, everybody, blow your nose as hot as you can," and it came out. I'm a kid. Foxxyboi, Moon God. I'm pretty sure Michael knows what alcohol of death is. It happens when you drink too much of it and can possibly kill you. What is the alcohol of death, Michael?
That's when you drink too much of it and it possibly kills you.
I've eaten so many weird things. I'm not a kid. Oh, you were not a kid when you ate grass? I'd probably eat grass again. Have you had those Harry Potter every flavor beans?
Oh.
No. Well, so you know what I'm talking about, the Harry Potter thing where they had Bernie green bots, whatever, every flavor bean. So there's 50 jelly beans in a pack. There's one color. There's 2 beans each of the same color. Like, for example, green. Well, one bean is the flavor of grass. The other one's lime. One is red, so that one could be baked bean flavors or dirt, right?
Oh, you mean the thing they stole from the thing that actually exists in real life?
Correct. His eyes are doing a funky in here. Reset your avatar. Just do it for me. Did you reset or reload?
Let me actually change it. I'll change it in and out.
Okay. Here we're going to see him in his rare form. It's coming. Hold on. Let's see what he changes into. It's going to be fun.
What's it change into?
I want... Oh, no. What are you going to do?
Do you have a preference?
Yes, but I don't know if you're willing to share that. I don't know if I'm willing for you to share that. So... Bean Boozled. If you have an appendix, you can eat grass. That's what appendix is for. Shark Boy. I'm Lava Girl. Lava. Look at this hand. Look at this hand. Look at this hand. Look at this hand. Stupid. Yeah, okay. It seems to be okay right now. Died from shock. I've died from shock a couple of times. Have you died?
Technically, no.
Technically, yes.
Or that would technically depend on how you define death.
2 seconds. Heart stopped. I was
That's
2.
not death, though.
Well, the doctor said I died, and I was also 2 years old. That's why my brain is super good.
There is a chemical definition of death, and I can't remember what it is. And it's something that the brain stops producing that can no longer be kickstarted, and that's then considered proper death.
Well, I know because of a bunch of stoners, they tell me when you're dying, your brain releases a bunch of DMT, and you get to see heaven or hell.
If you're about to die, the brain sends you on a trip. That's definitely true.
Have you boxed a kangaroo? Have you hit a kangaroo? Have you touched a kangaroo in an aggressive manner?
Not in an aggressive manner, no.
Step up that fucking game, all right? That's terrifying. If a spider was inside you, I have foughted live on Twitch multiple times, and I hope you heard that one too. Did you? Did you hear it?
No, we didn't. No.
Kendall, did we hear it? Kendall, did you hear my little farty body? Terrifying if a spider was standing up. I love spiders. Spiders are my favorite. I want a pet tarantula, but I don't feel like I could take care of it well. You didn't hear shit? Fuck you, Kendall. Fuck you, Kendall. Fuck. Candle. There's a small spider crawled in my ear once. Shippo, you so sweet. No. But I had a barking spider. Was it out my butt? I'm hoping. I keep saying this. I hope that people will stop sexualizing me because I fart and burp and vomit on stream. All these horrible body things, and then people are like, yeah, people like it, and I want to pay you money for it. I didn't get any money for my farts. Well, that's not true. There's a 50-bit fart redeem, but that one's funny. No, spiders. I love spiders. Spiders are your friend. Am I right or am I right? Yes, they are. You know this. Spiders are your friends. Spiders, they live in your house. They take care of the other bugs that you don't like.
Like flies.
Like flies or centipedes or wasps or gnats. Spiders take care of a lot of things. Let spiders live in your house. But if they, as I've said with all the spiders in my house, because technically they're pets at this point, if they go in the shower and I see them in the shower, I'm spraying them down the drain. They know what they did. They know what they did. You're wrong. The freaks of nature, all freaks of nature. The big furry ones don't care about eating people. They hunt down small buggies. That's right. I don't like the idea of insects larger than my fingernail. The bigger the spider, the more there is to cuddle. You become a spider.
The only time it's been startling is in the car.
Oh, right. Or under the handle.
It's like I was in passenger seat, friend driving car, and he's going, "Oh, it's a bit too sunny."
And bloop.
Fucking tarantula. Well, huntsman spider. So, huntsman spider, not a tiny spider. Sort of went down, and first reaction was like, fortunately, his first reaction was to go, But it's also like he's somewhat arachnophobic, and it just flicked him to the door sill. But fortunately, the window was down, and while he was driving, I basically just leaned over and
Now, tell me more about this huntsman spider. Is it poisonous to humans?
Nope, it's completely harmless.
Right, it's just big and scary.
It's actually quite a timid spider as well. Yeah, so because like it can be like comfortably 3 or 4 inches around, but it's mostly leg, and they're a fairly timid spider, so they will run from you as opposed to attack you.
Okay, yeah, because Moon God said like they call it black widows, which I know are notorious for being poisonous, and huntsman spiders are very Australian. My fear spiders stems from the fact that I had two on me when I was asleep in a certain. They're not allowed to be mentioned on Twitter. Okay, well, that is a bad no-no zone in there with the spider titers.
Yeah, because like no one's actually died directly from a spider bite in Australia since like the 80s.
Good. I'm gonna drink some water.
Well, the first thing is every single venomous spider in Australia we have an anti-venom for.
Good. How about snakes?
And that includes snakes. No, there are some snakes where you get bitten by them and you're just fucked.
How about box jellyfish?
You're fucked. Because like Australia's got the taipan, which is one of the most venomous snakes in the world.
How about where you live?
Where I live, I think the most venomous would probably be brown snakes. And like they're pretty venomous. They can kill you. But you've got like a couple of hours type thing.
Couple of hours to, hang out, chill, eat a bag of Doritos. All right, guys, excuse me one moment. I need to go to the bathroom and hawk up a goddamn lung. I'll be right back in just a few seconds.
That's a tricky one.
We got a question from the chat. They need some answers. Why the robot arm? Why the cybernetics?
He was hungry.
Fine. Boog says, fine, I'm drawing you as a Sonic character. No. Okay.
Thank you.
Am I?
What are you doing?
Hold on. No. 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 No, 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 no. Ah, shit. I was gonna go upside down, but it didn't work. It didn't work. I tried. It doesn't look good. It wasn't. Miss Alphys is a good friend of mine. He often talks about you. Uh-oh. Ugh. Sorry, I just drank cold coffee and it's bad. Ugh. Wait, a little bit more. Ugh. Why is it cold coffee at the bottom of the mug tastes the worst? Ugh. Yes. Stop watching Pornhub.
There we go. That's not going to be annoying at all.
Gaze upon the gay. Wait, hello, new follower. Welcome to Foxxyboi and Mika's stream, where one of us is gay and the other one's also gay. Which one is which, we'll never know.
Yeah, who is the most gay?
No. Fuck. 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 What have you done? Look what you've done. It's terrible. All the fires. You butt face spots a lot. No. Oh. I'm gonna fall in the water. Fix this.
The thing is, though, Australian carpet snakes, they are the adorable snake.
Are they cuties?
Completely harmless, grow reasonably big, non-aggressive. Feed them a rat once every 3 weeks, and you're good. And then they'll grow to like 12 feet.
See, I went to a reptile store once, and I almost bought a ball python, but I'm always reminded of the urban legend story about pythons. This girl, the urban legend story is, and I don't know if it's true, that's why it's an urban legend, is that this girl bought a python and she loved it. It was her best friend. She let it sleep in the bed with her every night. Over the course of several years, the python grew in length and grew and grew and grew. And then she noticed one day the python wasn't eating. And it was growing thin. And she took it to the animal vet doctor, whatever, the snake person galore. And he said, she said, why is my snake getting thin? Is he sick? Is he upset? I mean, he's my precious little snaky boy. He sleeps in my bed, and he goes, well, your python's gotten to be about 13 feet long. And, he's starving himself. And she goes, why is he starving himself? Well, pythons typically starve themselves before they eat a very large meal.
Yeah.
Took you a minute. All right, good.
Yeah.
I want a king cobra to hypnotize me, to hypnotize something that king cobra's hypnotizing, whatever. Gila monster, myth. Gila monster will rot you out with a Komodo dragon. Herpetologist.
Herpetologist, someone who studies reptiles.
Oh, right. I need to change the background. I do really enjoy this world, though. Is it a myth or no? I don't know. I didn't know, and so I just slurred my speech in hopes that you would also be. You'd be like, I don't know what he said. Let's move on. Sometimes I do that on purpose. It's an old story and it's a myth, but it's a fun story. The Python story I just told. Yeah, I mean that's urban legend. Like that's the whole point of an urban legend. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah, because the thing is, like, if you actually slept with a snake, the chances are it would just strangulate you in your sleep.
Yeah.
Not because it was actually doing things, it's because
that's just what it does. Yeah, like the scorpion and the frog, the Aesop fable. Scorpion wants to get across the river. It says, hey, frog, I need to get across the river. And the frog says, no, if I let you on my back, you're going to sting me. And the scorpion says, no, I promise not to sting you. Halfway across the river, the scorpion stings the frog in the back. And the frog says, I thought you said you wouldn't sting me. He goes, no, I know what I said, but it's in my nature.
Yeah, and snaky things would be the snake, because it's even like if it's on your arm, it will start to constrict your arm as it's moving around, and eventually it would get to this area here.
Right, and
it would just naturally constrict, not realizing that's the neck.
Yeah.
And would block off airflow.
Foxxyboi, I used to be the owner of an American bald python. Ah, see, snake owners. Oh, and they both drowned. Yeah, that's right. I forgot the rest of the Aesop's fable. Although that is my favorite one. My second favorite one is the devil is in a cave. He's made soup. A man in the winter wilds, it's snowing, it's a blizzard. He comes to the devil and goes, devil, please let me inside. It is too cold out here. I will die. The devil lets him into the cave where it is warm and toasty. And the devil says, do you want food? And the guy goes, yeah, I want food. And he gives him the soup. And then the guy blows on the soup. And the devil goes, what are you doing? He says, well, the soup is too hot. So then the devil picks up the man and throws him back into the snow. The reason why I like that particular story because it has a lot of different interpretations. You and Michael are both cute. I love Moon God. Okay, let me just address you very specifically. I love that you picked up on the fact that I call him Michael. His real name is not Michael. It's like Jacob Peppers or something silly like that. Calling you out, Jake. My favorite fucking name. Jacob Peppers is the fucking best name. No, his name is not Michael. His name is Mikaza here in VR chat. How I met him, how I've known him as. But over the years, because we're now coming up on 2 years, as of May, I think it'll be 2 years as an official, right?
Yeah,
I think that's what
like that, yes.
we've decided. A May-ish is our official, right? So, Mikaza, Mikaza, has also become Mika, Mika, and then eventually I started calling him Mika, and then I started calling him Mickey, and then it's just evolved into Michael, and his real name is not anywhere close to Michael. However, if we were to be married and live in the same home and country, and it's 50 years down the line, he is on his deathbed, he's got tubes up his nose, his brain has gone full dementia mode, and I looked him deep in the eyes and goes, Michael, and he goes, what, Foxxyboi, stop looking at me. That's how it's going to go. What kind of membership benefits do I get for 8 months of subscription and most channel points? You get nothing, skaters. You get nothing. And thank you for the congratulations. I did a fun thing with the 1,000 thing. You're going to have to watch the VOD.
We won't tell anyone what the timestamp is on the VOD.
Oh, Jacob Peppers says, my profile name was Jacob Peppers 2005. Now it's Jacob Peppers 1. So you're telling me there's another Jacob Peppers out there masquerading as you?
No, there's another 2004 Jacob Peppers out there.
Masquerading as you? Mikaza boy. Uh-oh, Kendall. No.
Yeah, that's an old clip.
Fuck, I didn't see the special thing. Being on holiday. I would replay it, but it's too so, only the once. I may clip it for Discord, but I won't be doing it for YouTube, unfortunately. It's too self-masturbatory. What's up?
It's funny, the clip that Kendall just put up, before even a word comes out, you know who's using that avatar.
Obi.
Yeah, just the body language.
Scaly bloke, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. He says, oh wow, is this VR? Get the fuck out of here, Scaly bloke. What are you doing in here?
You know what this is, Scaly bloke.
Scaly bloke. Oh, is this VR? Let me just be a red dragon and do this the whole fucking day. Yeah, I'm calling you the fuck out. Damn, he knows who I am. Get the shit out of here. You had the best fucking booth at the Ferality, the underwater one, where it was just you going like, hey bros, I'm doing the thing. Do the thing. Okay, bye.
And you were with my friends at Aurora with the giant inflatable subway on the last night, I think.
Oh, gross. Yeah, I mean, everybody,
Yeah.
everybody in chat, I want you to look at Scaly Bloke and just don't do anything about it. Just don't. I've been doing this VR stream for months and people don't know who I am. How the fuck do they not? Scaly Bloke. What the fuck, bro? Red motherfucking dragon on Twitter. Hey guys, we're doing a DJ set at the Floof Doof or whatever to do the thing. Please don't look at me. All right, I've shat upon Scaly Bloke in a nice but not a negative nice manner. I'm done. Scaly Bloke is a nice person. He's cool. Jeepers. Scaly Bloke is an excellent DJ. He does doof stuff. Good promoter, good online personality, local legend in the Australian mythos.
Yeah, and you also did a set. You did a New Year's Eve set earlier as well on the fairy place thing that I've forgotten the name of.
Yes, the furry place thing that we've forgotten the name of. Yes. It doesn't help that most of the Discords that I'm in involve Scaly Bloke going like, hey, I'm this guy. Run by Johari. That's right.
Yeah, Scaly. Yeah. Scaly did a set at Plurality. Yes.
Jacob Peppers, of course I've had kimchi. I love kimchi. Japanese people love kimchi, that Korean dish. Yes. Johari, Sticky Paw, Ash Talon, Johari. Wait, you said Johari twice. Fix your shit, Scaly Bloke. I can't have you being double typing in my chat. I mean, come on, Momo. Another day or two, I'll DJ live on New Year's, all part of Dale Base Vibe Night. Johari is too big. Yes.
Johari's so big you got to say him twice. That's the rules.
It's Scaly Bloke. I have been in multiple worlds with you. Like, more times than I can count. Yeah, let's the Scaly Bloke. He's doing the thing, so he's kind of AFK right now. But yeah, I have been in worlds with you. Don't follow me. Get the fuck out. Unfollow. Get out of here. So, if you haven't figured it out, I'm a bit of a cunt. And he's my enabler, a.k.a. my handler. You do a shit job at handling.
Yeah, I handle things. Yeah, well, I handle things so you don't have to.
Foxxyboi, it's 2:38 in the morning, and I'm going to be heading to bed. Have a good rest of your thing. Thank you, O most formal moon god of god mods. Is that Draco Wing? Yes, it totally is. Draco Wing 1991. Here he is. Do your Draco Wing thing.
Hi, I'm Draco Wing. Welcome to the thing. Well, tonight I'm going to do a thing in my world famous world.
Ta-da! Sunblocker with a Rosie. Are you talking about the Rad Draco Wing a thing, or are we talking about the Twitch streamer? Because we know the Twitch streamer that's also a thing. Because I don't know what you're always talking about, Scaly Bloke. Just because I'm in the know with whatever the fuck you're doing doesn't mean I know what the fuck you are talking about. Second Life world. No, fuck you. I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here. Get out of here. We're done. We're done.
And also, you don't know what you're talking about half the time anyway.
Hell no, motherfucker, but I have confidence. Confidence to be ugly and stupid on the internet.
Yeah, you're confident in your stupidity.
Scaly Bloke says, okay, bye.
Bye.
How much longer will you stream? I have no clue. I'm having a good time currently, so maybe another hour.
No,
What's the boat beside the people's profiles? The boats between... The boats?
The what?
Oh, the
boats?
gay boat. Right. There's a little boat next to Sunblocker's name. I forgot about those. Yes, if you subscribe, you get little icons next to your name. But I made them when I first started Twitch, and so I don't really remember what the boat. I don't remember the boat. How many subs it takes to get a boat? But
well, the boat, for me, the boat says 2 months. It's
2 months.
Badge.
So the boat
Yes.
is the picture I used in Sunblogger just gave Sunblogger gave out a sub to Gamer for Life, so maybe Gamer for Life will get a boat. Thanks, Sunblogger. Stop giving me money. Sunblogger, we really do need to meet in here. I'd like to have a conversation with you about nothing in particular, but just have a conversation. Blurg. So you're a firsty.
Blurg.
Because I know there's a bomb. The bomb is because I couldn't think of anything. The boat is from my YouTube video about magical freeze tag, where I wear...
Zarthy's pooping a bit icon.
Right, because the more bits you give, the more bits you have, it comes out of my butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunblocker, is your name the same as it is in here, as it is in there? Is it the 115? I don't know. I guess if I just did a little search, and most likely, yeah, I'll do this. I'll just do that. Excuse me, could you get the fuck out of my face, you weird, ugly bitch?
What? Where? When am I ever in your face? I don't know what you mean.
That's worlds. I want users. This is most likely you. Yeah, that's it. All right, I sent you a friend request. When I'm not streaming, let's meet up and talk about bullshit. Let's see. Poopies. 5 times the poopies. Because I thought it'd be funny to poop out bits.
As you should. Bits of poop.
Where's Fallen with the 10? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't think I made any bit redeem. I didn't make any special little icons out to that number because I never thought anybody would ever give me that much. And he's giving me, you're away streaming when I'm at work. It's fine. Yeah. You didn't make a red. I did make a red. I made a red. Well, Fallen to Zuna is, he joins. I don't know. Next time he chats, just look at his little thing. Maybe he's got something. Zodpia, what was your fucking deal? You kept dipping in and out on New Year's. Was it because of the power problem?
Yeah. Zartry is having power outages, I believe.
He should stop that. Thanks for the 50 bits, Kendall. Yeah, Zodpia went out with several times. I want to hang out with Zodpia and Kendall more often, but boogers, Boogs_brutal, garbage.
Yeah. I'll give you a pee.
Have a good time. Push.
Goodbye. That took a bit to fall for me.
Well, don't talk when you've already fallen down. You ruined the magic. What a garbage person he is. Everyone got the F off the power thing improved and I was able to hang out with Phantom. All right. Let's leave him in the dirt. Let's go somewhere different in the world. Give a different background, shall we? I'll be right back. Too bad you can't grab the ragdoll and fling it around. You can technically if you have something like a plate. Like if there's a world object with like a plate, you can like poke it around. Let's see. What is a more interesting background? I like the light. Okay. And you get some. Can we move the anime people? You can kill the anime people. I don't like you. Anime. Anime's for gabies. I'm a gabie. Over 36 Celsius, 100 degrees freedom points. Power is just unreliable. Wonder how much later it was. I stayed up until 9 a.m. It was like 2 a.m. when you had problems. Yeah, Kendall, from what I remember, you had stayed up with me and you told me it was 7 a.m. And so for Zodfear, it would have been like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for him. If I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. I don't have an addiction, you do. Stop looking at me. Have you gotten your avatar set up in Neos? Forgot if you say, I have not. I kind of meant to do it today. And I fucked up and I didn't do that. And then I'm speaking of fucking up. Here I go again on my own. Tomorrow is my big day of fucking figure out Neos. I didn't make it to midnight here. It was only after 1 a.m. I was able to get on because the party people in the neighborhood went home. Poor Zodfear. I got caught up talking to Dio and Woodpecker. Yeah, Dio and Woodpecker are good fucking people, but don't tell them I said that. Can't let that get to the head. I'm supposed to be the only one that's, very self-centered. So, okay, let me talk about this. I vape constantly. I've reduced my vape to half of what its nicotine value is. So in compensation, I want it more. I'm smoking more, and that's a problem. So, but, maybe one day I'll stop vaping altogether. Fuck you, come here.
What?
Did you just get in the crook of my arm?
We'll talk about what you did earlier later.
Uh-huh. I was wondering if you were going to react. I was wondering if you were going to react. You saw it. I did it on purpose. Fuck you. I did it on purpose.
Okay, well, I let it ride until because I was going to bring it up, but no.
Yeah, I'm not the touchy-feely person. I did a little sussy thingy. I did a little touchy sussy. Good news, you're the only one that gets that.
Goddamn right.
As it should be. People are so upset with me. Because even after stream the other day, someone says, hug me. And I'm like, no, thank you. And I mean, what do you mean, no, thank you? I just don't want to hug you. Oh, come on, hug me. It's like, no. Stop yelling at me.
Yeah, I'll do hugs. I'm fine with hugs, but it's like, yeah, that's it.
You're so much nicer than me, though. Somebody asks you, can I hug you? You will go and do that. I am that much of a cunt where I'm just like, no.
Yes.
The only time you'll get a hug out of me is if you kind of catch me off guard and I kind of don't know you well enough. And I'll do the, yeah, okay.
Or if you're completely blazingly blitzed.
Yes. If I'm fucked, you got me.
Yeah. That's where I think in your head you go, well, I'm not going to remember it, so it technically doesn't count.
I mean, Moo gets it. It's not rude. It's just how I am.
Yeah.
Isn't Michael a programmer? Are you?
Yes.
Would you mind if I rated you if I
I'm-
figured out how? Yeah, you go for it, Jacob Peppers.
I'm one of the furries that keeps the internet running. Or at least my little corner of it.
It's not that I'm not comfortable with hugs. I hug my mother, I hug my family. You know, it's just that I don't want to.
Yeah, there's a difference between hugging family and hugging more stranger-ishly people.
Do I really know you? No. Right?
Yeah.
Do you really know me? Absolutely not, because I'm constantly lying to you, motherfuckers. And that's right, they can't fucking force me. It's just that no one ever tells people no to the free hug guy. Hugs require context. Absolutely. Speaking of context, a lot of people have been coming at me and goes, "You lie on stream all the time." And I go, "Yes." And they go, "Why are you lying to us?" I'm like, "Well, I'm here to be an entertainer, not to give you my life goddamn story."
It's called acting.
I'm acting like a dick. Nah. I hope that, you know, my overt lies are seen as a joke and that they're entertaining, you know. But when I lie on stream, I lie overtly. Hopefully you guys get it. I think most of you do. Do you?
Not really. It depends on the thing.
Ooh, good. I'm doing a good job then. Entertaining enough for 1,000 followers. Now, speaking of being self-centered and a liar, what do you think was worse? The 1,000 YouTube video where I got 1,000 followers on YouTube, or the 1,000 followers on Twitch? Which one was more self-masturbatory? Because you had the YouTube video where I ran around. I ran around saying I'm the most famous person ever for 12 minutes.
Yeah,
but the Twitch thing was
you also doing that sarcastically.
Correct. The Twitch thing was no context. If you just cut it off before I come in.
Yeah, no context. It felt like Rimmer from Red Dwarf congratulating Rimmer on being able to do a thing. And then Nightmare Rimmer going, "Yo, you're being a dick," and you woke up in the dumpster.
Right. So, answer the question. Which one was more
Probably the Twitch one.
Was it
because of that 99% bit.
I saved myself.
Because but because YouTube was completely self-aware. You knew what you're doing the entire time.
Right.
You weren't doing it as a self-congratulatory thing. You were doing it to find people and annoy them.
Mm-hmm.
Which everyone goes, "Oh, well, that's just Foxxyboi."
I have a question for you. Am I going to be doing your Making Your Avatar live? I don't know. Maybe. Tomorrow is the day. YouTube. Asking people. So Kendall says YouTube was the more self-masturbatory thing. The YouTube one was funny. The Twitch thing was just all you. Literally all you. Away on both. Okay. So here is the ultimate plan. So I did self-masturbatory I'm king of the internet for my 1,000 followers on YouTube and my 1,000 followers on Twitch. What do you guys think I'm going to do for my 2,000 followers on Twitch or 3,000 or whatever the number I deem fit? If I already started up myself off a king, do I go to Space Emperor? Or do you think I'm going to do what I think I'm going to do?
Nothing.
Well, so for YouTube, my concept of milestones is 1,000, 10,000, and then for YouTube probably 50,000. Yeah. Those would I be considered milestones? On YouTube, I'll never get past 10,000. I think if I hit 10,000, I have been successful, and that's all I ever care for. That's kind of like an end goal thing. For Twitch, I don't think I'll ever surpass 5,000. Because I'm sure at some point I'll either get canceled or I won't be able to do Twitch or whatever. So yeah, I guess for Twitch, my next like milestone would be 3,000. I'll just go ahead and say 3,000. Jack off harder.
YouTube, I'd probably do something at 5.
Yeah, maybe 5. Yeah. Hey, Mumu's got to get banned from Twitch, right? Just get banned from Twitch.
Yeah.
But no, I think because I've started off at I'm the king of the internet, it's just going to steadily go down.
Next one's you're the queen of the internet.
Queen of the internet, right?
And then you're the rook of the internet.
But that's part of the fun. So, like, you know, I set off like, you know, king. I'm ridiculously treating my my stardom as super stupid high. Well, of course, it only goes down. Why do birds, foxies, suddenly appear every time you are near? See, you know, like for YouTube, if I got 10,000 followers, I go around VR chat and purposely find people that do. Wait, no. Oh, God, I haven't thought that through. Because the whole point of the 1,000 YouTube followers was I went around to people who I did not know and pretended to be like, oh, you do know me. So then the opposite of that would be to find followers that do know me. I don't know. That's a future Foxxyboi problem to have. But I do think I'm cheating at YouTube. I've had this conversation with you. I do feel like I'm cheating at YouTube currently.
Oh, you've got the short algorithm happening.
I've got the short algorithm happening. But, you know, I don't feel like it's the short thing gets me subscribers for sure, but it's not merited subscribers.
But I think when it comes to YouTube subscribers, the rules are there are no rules. Except for buying fucking subscribers. Don't do that.
Well, you did hear about the YouTube's new fun, cool thing they did. If you curse in the first 8 seconds, you're done. No more monetization.
Yeah. And it's any curse as well. Because like it was before, it was like in the first 30 seconds, if you like said like fuck, cunt, or N-words demonetized, yeah, you get fucked. Mind you, also the N-word was anywhere in the video, period.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, but now in the first 8 seconds, a word like shit is now equal to the N-word.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Scaly Bloke says, I go around and be sarcastic in chat and watch streamers not understand sarcasm and see them not even interact with the chat. Hell yeah. Some people are too sensitive. Scaly Bloke, you be a complete asshole in my chat and you're all good with me, girl. Fudge, I don't know. Shorts are good for subs and views, but when longer format
you can swear on YouTube videos, but like,
why can't we swear on
the
YouTube?
First 8 seconds that you can't say basically any swears in the first 8 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can say your normal swears like your bitch, shit, fuck, cunts, and things like that. Well, cunts is a bit.
Well, actually, Moist Critical.
Because YouTube's not Australian.
Moist Critical.
Not Australian.
Right.
And we deal cunt in a different fashion.
Moist Critical is saying that some of the videos here he didn't
YouTube's
swear.
Stupid.
Yeah, they didn't swear in the video.
But that was, no, he found out. He found out why though. He found out why.
Because the violence.
Because the violence in the animated portions was why that got demonetized. Because that was his advertising his God Slap comic.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but I mean, it was contextual. It wasn't bad. It was,
yeah,
and it wasn't even graphic.
We don't know why they're dumbing down YouTube? Yeah, we don't know why they're dumbing down YouTube. We just know that they are. Moist Critical did a sort of whole thing of why they're doing it, and his response was, I don't fucking know, because they're not missing advertisers. Advertisement's not going down. It's like they've just made this stupid arbitrary decision that no one sort of gets. It's not even for the kids, because there's this whole thing you can do with the kids. This is for the kids, and it's a whole different set of fucking rules already. So we don't know.
I mean, you know, COPPA and all
dumb.
that just didn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah, well, you got all that shit already exists. So we don't fucking know what they're doing. I don't think YouTube know what they're doing.
No. And unfortunately, nobody can compete with YouTube because the infrastructure obviously loses money and nobody can start up a business saying, let me be the new YouTube. Hi, buddy. Hi, Banook. Must be wholesome. Try to do that in video games. It did not work.
Well, what if Twitch did it? And if Twitch are just as incompetent as YouTube, they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I mean, Twitch has its problems. YouTube has its problems. But they're both amazing platforms at the end of the day.
Yo, let's all go to Vimeo.
No one's doing it.
No, exactly.
Oh, Ice Ford. I love you. See you later. I blame COPPA and YouTube admitting they knew they caused the snowball. We must be wholesome. Sorry, I'm still new. I can't even activate my second accounts anymore on Twitch to be annoying in your stream. Ah, Scaly Bloke, please, as I asked on New Year's Eve when I was close to 1,000, please break out your fake accounts and double follow me, please. Baby needs the help. Kidless Wild West. I miss YouTube's Wild West. The internet Wild West is over. We're now in the Industrial Revolution.
I miss the internet's Wild West where you could do all sorts of stupid things. It barely worked. And
nice to see
no
you.
one had a clue what they were fucking doing.
Fuck! Stop. Stop. Everybody stop. Your taxes are due just followed. I'm not avoiding the government.
Oh, no.
You can't catch me. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I don't pay the taxes.
No, you motherfucker. No, run away. They know. Why won't you run? Oh, fuck. I love it. Thank you. Tax him. No. I don't report any of this fucking shit to any particular government. I like how the ground vapes too. The ground doesn't vape, it's just, the grass. You taxes a dude. That's a fucking good one. Beer.
デスタックス・フォーミカルツァ
What? For Mikasa, death tax for Mikasa. You got a death tax of 100 bits. So there's a game.
Yay.
There's a game I played to completion called the Outer Wilds. Not the Outer Limits. What was the other one? Outer Wilds, the shooty bang bang one.
Yeah. Outer Things. I don't know.
I don't know. I thought it was the other version, right? But I played it in my
Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds. Outer
I think
Worlds.
it's Outer Worlds.
It's Outer Worlds is the shoot bang bang. Great game.
Bang,
I
bang,
wanted to play, but
one's the shoot bang bang. The other one's the puzzle game.
I wanted to play the puzzle game, which was the Outer Wilds. But I played the Outer Worlds. I did not regret the purchase, but at the time I was like, fuck, I didn't buy the right game, but it's too late. And they do have a death tax in the Outer Worlds because it's all about corporatization.
There's a game I have to play.
Very
at
nervous
some
about what
stage.
you've done. That's right, Zombie.
I won it on a Val stream, and I can't remember what it's called.
Goodbye, Jacob. Good luck.
This is tax related. Game is called I know it's got a furry name in it, and it's got to do with taxes.
Death and taxes.
No,
Zombie!
it's called. Steam open. Steam, where are you? This is great content, me searching for a game on Steam.
Steam says no. So Zombie Games 87, what were you doing? I'm sorry, I'm terrible about that. I it's like you raid me, and then it's just like, yeah, you go about and do your own thing. So specialist
You
goose.
knew.
The specialist of gooses have arrived. They know how to deal with the goosies. But.
There it is. No, yeah, it's called Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion.
Okay, I'm interested. What is this game about?
Okay, let me actually bring up the Steam page.
I'm interested. And Turnip Boy does tax evasion. I'm all for it. Excuse me. Oh, it's brilliant. Well, that's good to hear. Leaps up from cheese board. Does this work? I don't know. What does it work? What works, Oddfear?
Brief description. Play as an adorable yet troublemaking turnip. Avoid paying taxes, so you solve
It's a
fantastic
raid.
puzzles,
It's a
harvest crops, and
raid.
battle
I'm
massive
really
beasts. All in a journey to tear
scared.
down the corrupt
Thank you.
vegetable government.
Leedle-leedle-loo. You know what Zodpia just did right now, right?
What did Zafir just did right now?
Have you ever known Zodpia to stream ever?
No.
Guess what he just did?
He started up the stream for the sole purpose of raiding with a party of one.
You don't even have to start the stream. You just have to hit the button.
Yeah, that too.
What
Just
a
hit the raid button.
garbage person Zodpia is. Hello, Foxxyboi. Hi. I have a button. Raider from Zodpia. Zodpia says, I have a button. It's me, the pink one.
Wait, does that mean one moment?
You can do that right now. Yes, you can.
Oh.
Foxy.
Boxy.
I don't even have that shit open at the moment.
Skylar, you don't even have to do exclamation point cute. You can just call me that and I'll accept it. While he figures that out, we need to change the scenery, so let's go back over here. What?
I wonder if that's like even the first time that Zadka's ever gone into his creator dashboard.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it is. Hello, Skylar. How you doing? Let's see. Where do we stand? I think I want to stand in front of the Ferris wheel or the funicular. Actually, you know what I want to do? I just want to go back to that. I want to go to that beach world. I love that beach world.
It's a raid. It's a raid.
Garbage person
I'm
rating.
Really scared. Thank you.
I honestly enjoy the beach world that we go to, and it gives me an opportunity to go pee. So why don't we go change it? Yeah, so we're gonna go through this portal, and then we're gonna be in Beachland, and then BRB screen, and all the things in between. Right? All right. We'll see you guys soon. Sprayed it out, slicker greased mice out a Gatling gun, with plenty of slag left over to press into those weird monsters you like. Finally, some good news. So you'll meet the project deadline. Yep. Though.
Let's sing along.
Fuck you, Miles.
Just going to sneak by you and not be seen by you. What your brother do? I'm afraid of you.
Just trying to read, Miles. Yep. Though we need to expand the oil drilling operation some more. Need you to sign this permit so we can expand to lots 210 and 240. Sure, whatever. I'm not doing it, Miles. Fuck you. Right, sorry. My family's farm 2020.
Exactly.
I've always been this tall.
Yeah,
Did he get taller?
You know, he's always that tall.
I'm very much used to calling you motherly.
You can't gaslight me like that.
I can and I will.
Nick, why does
It's fun to
Foxxyboi
gaslight.
have more views than me?
Damn, Nylet.
Because he does.
Oh God, that's how
Bandy man.
Oh, right, we're gonna have, is it?
Yep. Okay, you two up for boxing. All right, give him a show.
Armless boxing. It's just, oh yeah, no.
A Robertson daddy.
Lori doesn't fight fair with his. Okay, now fight. Fight for me.
Beat each other up.
Fuck yes! That's beautiful.
That was crazy.
Oh, that was fantastic.
And the winner is the guy with the gun. Honestly, if I really wanted to get like followers and subscribers, I would just do like guess who the bottom is, the video game, or look at me sexually being attractive or whatever. It's like I'm not picking up the
It's too much effort.
but I'm not doing the low. Get your eyeballs ready. It's a bright and new world here at the beach. We have a tree, a boat, and of course, our favorite, 2 chickens. Away. and even a basket, and a hat. I'm a dainty little flower. Look how cute I am. I am the sun. Okay. Saltwater chicken. That's right. Would you like to, for me to eat this ice cream whole, or would you prefer me to eat it slowly?
Yes. Eat it whole.
Ta-da!
I put some leftover pizza in the tucker fucker, so I'm gonna go.
That's fair. Foxy. Now he's alive. You died, and now you're back.
And I'm probably gonna die again in about 45 seconds, so I can get the pizza out of the tucker fucker and eat the pizzas that came from the tucker fucker.
Nah, it's fine. I'll have
the tucker fucker.
Tucker fucker. Tucker fucker. Care to explain to the audience that is not Australian what a tucker fucker is?
It's a microwave.
Why is it called a tucker fucker?
Because if you want to cook anything, you don't do it in a microwave, because if you're going to cook it in a microwave, you're going to fuck it up.
This is do better.
It went ding.
And you'll never know. Such a shame. And now that he's not here, how do I have a So, what is your favorite video game? Well, I'm a big fan of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, but the game I've played the most when I was a younger person was SSX Tricky. SSX Tricky. It takes a taco around a Taco Bell, taco is Taco Bell. Was that the video game about snowboarding and like, you know, early 2000s like
there.
weirdness?
Nice to see you.
Why, yes, it was. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Now, speaking of your favorite video game, tell me some of your favorite followers on Twitch. I'm glad you asked. My current two favorite followers are Nunu Fafa and Toy-kun. They're very cool. Yes, they are. Now, Mikaza, now that you're here.
I put the shit in the microwave and the thing is too fucking hot.
Okay.
So I'll let it go, let it cool.
We're just going to let it cool and not let it burn your mouth or your pizza too. I want you to enjoy it too. If you rhyme two with two a lot, it works.
Off your cure me your goo.
Now, what is your Tycoon Toy Coco, because I didn't read that right, asks, what is your favorite video game?
Excluding this?
Yes. I mean, Toy Coco has a
would be up there.
Well, Toy Coco says Elden Ring.
I mean, Elden Ring is a valid option to have as a favorite video game. I enjoyed my time in Elden Ring, but it's not my type of video game.
So you're saying Stellaris?
Stellaris would be up there, yes.
Favorite video game 10 years ago? It doesn't have to be accurate. It doesn't have. There's one that, you know, you were like, World of Warcraft. Okay. Nerd fucking garbage shit. I don't want to talk to him anymore. He's garbage. I'm just going to go to the ocean and drown myself.
It could have been worse. I could have said EverQuest.
EverQuest actually had a dedicated fan base that was actually kind of cool. World of Warcraft's fucking plebeian nerds. Get the fuck out of my face. I'm going back to the island.
Civ is also a valid one. Yes, I love playing my Civ games.
Gandhi
I haven't played a
blows
lot of
up the
Civ games
world.
lately,
Gandhi blows up the world. Kindle clips you saying "Tucker fucker" a lot. Tell me, 10 years ago, outside of World of Warcraft, what were the top 5 games you played? Doesn't matter if you liked it or not.
10 years ago.
Don't look it
10
up.
years ago. No, I'm not. I'm just. It would have been a Civilization game.
Mm-hmm.
Five games. When were the Uncharted games?
It kind of doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter for this conversation because I would say Uncharted 1 and 2 were some great games. I also loved playing Dead Rising. You know,
Dead Rising wasn't my thing, but
Portal 1, Mirror's Edge, amazing video games that I think are definitely in my purview of like wow games.
Yeah, Portal would have been
10 years ago, I quit. No, you didn't. Thief 1 and 2, those are good games. Dead Rising is based. Is that a positive comment or a negative comment? I don't really understand based. I don't understand based. Tell me about based. What does based mean? Is it a positive or a negative when you type it like that? Tell me the answer. Sorry, I got a little upset about based. I'm a little bit of an old person.
Nice of you to join.
Gritty Ford Big Boogie.
At that point in time, I also would have said probably what was known as Project 1999 on EverQuest would have been a thing. So that was essentially, these days, you know how we've got World of Warcraft Classic.
You do
the old school official
realize I
stuff.
just don't give a goddamn fuck.
You do realize this is a conversation where you're just supposed to nod and go, yeah.
No.
There's an emulator scene for EverQuest that does original sort of EverQuest shit called Project 1999. I played a lot of MechWarrior. I did play a lot of MechWarrior, like pre-Steam, in the 90s. I did play a lot of MechWarrior.
I'm so bored I'm eating my own burgers.
I'm going AFK again. One moment. I need.
Fuck off with your World of Warcraft bullshit. Get him out of here. I liked Parappa the Rapper. It was hard. I will say that I got very healthy. The most healthy I've been in my entire life is when I played DDR Max 2 Revolution or whatever the fuck number it was. I had a metal dance pad and I could do the DDR thing as better than anybody else that I knew in my neighborhood. I was one of the best. I could do butterfly, AAA score, like at least 3 times in a row. I was very in shape back then, lost at least 15 pounds, and then I started eating, and then I gained all the weight. Vera the Snyder, I came into a pink fox with a robotic prosthetic arm eating his own booger. Welcome. Good news. It's not going to get any better. This is straight up garbage, whatever I present. And I don't have any lore Yeah. So, welcome to the thing. Boog played the shit out of DDR. Yeah, Boog seems like a DDR person. Yes, DDR. Not many in the arcades these days. Lost 15 American pounds, gained 500. See, Moo fucking Cow fucking gets it. They get it. Mick dies. Let's see. What other games did I really enjoy? Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island, I love the fuck out of that video game. All the Kirby games, love the fuck out of them. Although I had the best memories with Kirby Crystal Shards 64. That was when I really fell in love with Kirby, even though that's one of the worst Kirby games. I really want to... Yeah, because I didn't like Yoshi's Story. I didn't like Yoshi's Story for the Nintendo 64. Didn't care for that one. I mean, obviously, I have a good relationship with just the regular old Mario. Although I have a better, fonder experience with Duck Hunt with the light gun. That was pretty good. How dare you? You can eat fucking shit, Miles. This is my stream, in my opinion. Yoshi's Story was boss. You can eat fucking bullshit, Miles. Take your poopies. Put it in your hand, put some whipped cream on it, and bop, eat those poopies. I mean, the whole universe is my universe, which is fucked up. Okay. This is my universe. My universe is amazing. Nuclear bombs. It's fucked up, and now I still like it somehow. Let's see. Shinobu. The arcade cabinet. That was so much fun. And I put, money, coin after coin after coin into that fucking game to learn how to do it. And me and my buddy, he and I would be like, okay, man, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. And we'd be drinking beer after beer after beer after beer, trying to play this fucking Shinobu game. And we would get all the way to the end and we would know how to 1, 2, 3, duck. 1, 2, 3, jump. 1, 2, 3, duck. Crystal shots is bad. You can eat crystal shots. I know. Girl, I know. I know it was bad. But I loved it. Same thing with, I can't think of it. Not Dungeons and Dragons. What's the game that's really hard, notoriously hard, where you jump and you throw lances and then occasionally you'll lose your armor and you run around in your underpants? What's that game? Dragons and Demons? Dungeons and Oh, I don't know now. Super Ghosts and Ghouls, that's my boy, that's my boy, that's it, Ghosts and Ghouls, Ghosts and Goblins, depending on where you live. Yes, I love that game too. I can only ever get up to the 3rd level where there's that weird dragon floating thing on 1 coin. That's all I could do. I beat it, you cheater. I'm very good at Pac-Man. My mother's very good at Pac-Man. My mother's better than me at Pac-Man. She can get to the end screen where it's only half on the screen, and she's doing the half, and then the rest is the weird glitch stuff. She just has that ability. Hi, Milo. You just need to get good. Miles, you're a cheater. We know this. The rest of the chat knows this. We all know that you're a cheater. Battletoads, Maniac, Speed Bikes. Pac-Man Street Rail, yes. You going to pool? I don't know what you mean. You just like that? Are you upset that I'm in the same world that I'm in again? I mean, like, I genuinely like this world. And yeah, it's hard for a VR chat streamer not to repeat worlds. Are you trying to slyly sneak in here?
Never. I would never do anything like this. Bye.
Garbage. Bubble Bobble! I love fucking Bubble Bobble. I play that Bubble.
Bubble was good.
I had it
I
on.
played a lot of Bubble.
I had it on Sega Game Gear.
I had a shitty port on the Commodore 64.
I had Bubble Bubble on the Sega Game Gear. I beat that game 8 times. Jump it. Bubble Bubble was a good. Okay, that was a good game. Bubble Bubble was a. But you need 2 friends, Miss Pac-Man, and now on the Sega Game Gear.
There was a game I remember playing on the Commodore 64, which I played a fuck ton of, called Breakout, which is basically like the bouncy ball game.
Yeah, with the little platform that went back and forth. Boop, beep, boop, boop.
Yeah.
I knew it from its
And it had
windows.
like 100 levels of it.
I knew it from the windows
And
called Block Breaker.
yeah. And
Wow! Hold on.
I could break that game.
No.
And what was that? Hang on.
Well, Kendall said, oh, no, somebody, Miss Pac-Man is a thought, got auto-modded, and so Miles got fucked up. And then who just followed? It's BMW Fan 300. Welcome. I talk about cars all the time. Did you know that cars have mufflers? The chat agrees. Just scared us. Imagine auto mod.
Ow.
What?
I'm playing with my settings. That's the one I wanted. That one.
Did you shovel pizza into your brain hole?
Yes, I shoveled pizza into my brain hole.
I got wrecked. Yay. I don't know how to fix my auto mod. I guess a lot of it is, I think that's the first time the word THOT has been spoken, but I allowed it. So will it be allowed again?
Yeah, it should be now on the whitelist.
So the longer I do Twitch and the more the things do, yeah, because these guys are not getting auto-modded for saying thought. Yeah, okay. So at first there'll be for a little while there'll be some weird words that get auto-modded, and I'll just allow, and then it'll be all right.
Well, for me, it's like thought is a World of Warcraft thing as well, because there's a character in World of Warcraft called Thought, although it's spelled with 2 T's, and he built a whole thought system.
My oh my, the World of Warcraft sucks. Rather just you know.
And there was this one time when everyone went
No,
over to thing,
no,
and they did a thing,
no,
and it was really
no,
interesting.
no, I don't want to hear about it. I hate World of no. Fuck, nerd shit. I don't like nerd shit. You eat fucking poopies. If you give me $1,000, I'll stream World of Warcraft.
Don't fucking tempt me.
$1,000. I'll give you a 6-hour World of Warcraft stream. It's $1,000. And you're not allowed to help me when I play either.
Oh, I wouldn't. I would want to see you not know how to do anything.
I would request, though, for $1,000, you give me an account that has a level up player. So no tutorial, none of that. Right?
You know what? Just give you an account that's got
A singular boosted character at max level.
No, it doesn't even matter if it's at max level.
ウィールスタートエイプルナウ
Well, the level that's
No, Kendall,
level
you
that starts
fucked
the
up.
most
Nah,
recent
it's not a
expansion.
fool. It's $1,000 flat. You have to give it to me right now, and I'll stop whatever the fuck I'm doing, and I will play World of Warcraft. I will download it. I'll play it. I don't even know what the fuck I'll be doing, and it has to be a character level 8 or whatever. I don't want to hear any. Don't tell me how to play. None of you are allowed to tell me how to play. If you tell me how to play, I block you in chat. Gonna
60,
pee the
level
pink
60
rose.
is probably what you want.
I don't give a shit. WoW is pay to win. Hell yeah, with $1,000, I'll win the whole game.
WoW actually does have some pay to win elements, yes.
Don't. This is not an opportunity for you to secretly tell me information about WoW. This is an opportunity for you to give me $1,000. If you tell me any more information about WoW, I will walk off into the ocean and drown myself. Wait, where's the opening of my beer? Oh, it's over here. Okay, cool. Good, Toy Coco. You're cool. Miles, Kindle is Zodvir probably straight up garbage. You doing okay?
I'm getting sleepy.
You're upset that I talked about World of Warcraft in a negative way, aren't you?
Absolutely not. World of Warcraft deserves all the shit anyone can give it.
See, Jay, Sonic, Caillou, they never played World of Warcraft. They're cooler than you. Hello.
Yeah, they're sensible
Peanut
people.
Baker followed because I told the chat that World of Warcraft sucks. Peanut Baker gets it. Zodvia, I just don't believe you. I just don't believe you, Zodvia. I just don't. You're a liar. I haven't logged in since 2015. You're still garbage to me, Candle. Oh, I'm sorry, Sir Wise Tree of the North Candle. Whatever the fuck. Hello, how are you? I'm doing good, Peanut Baker. I'm yelling at my chat. I'm telling that the people that play World of Warcraft that they can just go explode. Poof! Bit.
ブリザードエンターテイメント S ワールドオブウォークラフト WoW ビデオゲームイズザモーストポピュラーマッシブマルチプレイヤーオンラインロールプレイングゲーム MMORPG by Subscriptions Ever Since the Game S Release in 2004 Over 100 million accounts have been created and Blizzard has been growing roughly $1 billion per year.
What I love about my text-to-speech bot, it's got a Japanese accent, and it'll read the English in the Japanese accent, but then it'll say the numbers in Japanese. So it'll be like, since the game's release in Nissan Yon, over 100 million accounts. I hate the fact that I've never touched popular. No, you should feel good.
If I did a text-to-speech thing, it would have to be the most terrible Australian accent in the history of mankind.
Oh, yeah. Ah.
I'm sure it exists out there as a text-to-speech somewhere.
I think there are some tools available where we can program our own language into the text-to-speech. I'm not really good at Overwatch 2. I hope I'm better at Overwatch 2 someday. I think I don't care. I don't like Overwatch 2, Team Fortress 2, Destiny 2, or pretty much any video game with a shooty bang bang called 2.
Yeah, all the 2s.
Moonbase Alpha
Zarchi
TTS
going
is the
with
best.
Klingon.
I said Coke slushy. IT, we better have autocorrect for Tucker. I don't know any of the Star Trek languages. I'm not into Halo 2 either. I'm not into Quake 2. No, I'm not
Doom
into
2
it.
is pretty good.
I mean, they are technical marvels, but I don't care. Some paid software options for making your own speech engine. See, I will hug the pink Rex. No huggies. Get away from me. Now. Quick Flow. The man, the myth, the legend. Or the woman, the myth, the legend. The tree. The
man, the myth, the pseudo.
The urban legend.
Floridian.
The Floridian. The urban Floridian. Pseudo-Floridian. Why do you say pseudo-Floridian? Is he drunk? I don't know.
Purposes.
Am I drunk?
I certainly hope so. Otherwise, these beers would have gone to waste.
I'm getting to a point. Yeah. Okay, Miles, that's a fucking good joke. Did you read that? Is he drunk? Yes. No, he's just fat. I love it.
Body. Good, I removed it. The Kindle slider.
The fat slider, and it is the Canary slider, if we'd like to be.
Yeah, the Canary. Yes, the Canary slider, not the Kindle slider. People with, I guess, confuse people that start with K. They're all Kermit to me.
Burp, bop, bonk. Okay.
Hello.
The Wolfie, the shy wolf. Well, we Asterix shyly waved at you. Asterix unzips pants. Like, what was that? The shitty Tumblr talk about a year ago? No, 2 years ago, 6 years ago.
Ah, you're assuming I ever used Tumblr.
Girl, you gay, right? You know what Tumblr is.
I know what Tumblr is. I just did not use Tumblr.
Slink Buggle says, hot, hot, hot. Ace, ace. Do the sounds with me. Baby shark. Move your arms. For the love of Christ, mommy shark. Mommy shark. Mommy shark. Daddy shark. Daddy shark. Daddy shark. Daddy shark. I love that fucking song. I think it's a fucking goddamn banger. Jesus Christ.
It's a banger.
If I'm long enough, will it make Foxxyboi let me in? Absolutely not. You can't get into this stream today, no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you beg. I will not let you the fuck in. All right. Anyways, oh my God, I love this song. I unironically like the Baby Shark song. Can you blame me? It's fucking a banger. I made an app with an Android that both listens for speech recognition input and reads it back a moment later, combined with an Android virtual device, and does the thing. J Sonic, give it to me. How's everyone doing? Slinky, we're doing all right. did this before OOC. I think because the Bluey intro is better. I don't know enough about Bluey. The internet furries are really into Bluey, and all I ever see is Bluey's dad with the little bit of and the big old.
Bluey is one of the most wholesome shows.
I hear it is. It's from what I can tell. It's a children's show, and I'm an adult.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely a children's show, but it gives some interesting messaging that even adults could relate to and go, no, I remember that happening. And like, I remember that I saw, it wasn't an episode I watched, but more of a thing that got posted on Twitter of a bit from a show, and it was like, this happened to me. Of parents go to holiday place, and I as kid would go wander around, do things, met other kid from other parents, do holiday place. And we would then every couple of years go back to the same holiday place, meet same kid. One year I go back, they're not there. Then years later, I go back there, like, they're there. And we met like over 10 years later.
Is that the I would assume the titular character Bluey, meaning the French kid?
I can't remember if they were French or not, but they basically met on opposite sides of a creek, and that's when they sort of became friends. I can't remember if they were French or not, or whatever.
Thanks.
And then Blue would just meet them year after year, and then it was like, person wouldn't turn up. And then I think in the story, it jumps forward to when Bluey is an adult, and Bluey then as an adult comes down and meets person as an adult that had their own kids or something like that.
Well, I only mentioned the French thing because it's on YouTube a lot. Or whatever.
Miles is saying yes, they were French.
So Slink Budgie, yeah, I get you, girl, or boy, or anything else in between. Ace's power. I need to host my APK file somewhere for you to fetch it. Jay Solly, fucking figure it out so I can download it and go, isn't that neat? And then never do anything with it.
Ow.
Could I possibly join you guys at VR chat, and would love to meet you? You can when I'm not streaming.
Which also brings up the question, how much longer are we doing the thing?
Well, I don't know. I'm having a good time. It's 3 hours and 51 minutes. What do you want to do?
I mean, I'm probably done at top of the hour.
Fair.
Hence why I'm already sitting.
I mean, yes. No, it's okay. I can end it on a high note. Same as in here as it is down below. Which is a problem. I should probably change one of the two.
Yeah.
I should become Potato Foxy VR.
Or Foxy Potato VR.
Ooh, sassy.
Or the Potato Foxy VR.
Peanut, yes and no. I say yes because I'm willing. No, because I probably will never follow through with if I said, yeah, let's play tomorrow. I'll never play it. Small. Fods McKenzie.
Yeah, I loaded up Chill Out VR, I think, a couple of times now, but I haven't bothered to look into its SDK for model importing or anything.
I don't know. I just have to be pink in this thing wherever I go on the VRscape. And I'm going into Neos 2 days, not tomorrow, but the next day for me. For like the first time for real, not just for play. And I have to figure out how to get myself into here and whatever. Potato Boy VR, never mind. Hiya, Jesse Zach. I don't mean to dissuade people from using Chill Out or Neos. It's just that VR chat, for all of its faults and positivities, is the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
It is literally the easiest.
Also, it's just a platform where most people are.
Right. And it is. I live a shitload of my life in VR chat.
Mm.
And it's not bad. It's just the way it is. Pretzel Boy. Oh no. Why you were playing to Wholesome Homies? Was Wholesome Homies in here? Did I not see Wholesome Homies talking to me?
Yeah, Wholesome Homies is in the chat.
Ah,
yes.
you said Potato Foxy VR. There he is. You know what? I'm going to be on Neos in a bit later for recording some shit. Stop by if you want to help me. All right, I in the next 6 to 8 hours, I am too long.
Way too drunk
I'm too far
Neos
gone.
VR right now.
I am too far gone. It is all about tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to wake up. I'm going to look in the mirror and go, why are you alive? And then I'll vomit into the toilet and then, do the things that I normally do there. Blue Wizard 10. VSC is where a lot of people are right now. I'll express my creativity through the VRC. Why is he Blue Wizard 10? Is he a 10th
wizard? Yes.
What a garbage person he is. The Fluffy Doo is pink. Yes, I am pink. For a pink person, you would think I'm a lot softer. What? Someone stole my original name.
Well, why do you think I've got the underscore? Someone else was beat me to it. And it's not a normal name.
All others are banned. For someone who is pink, you would think I'd be a softer individual, right? Or a nicer individual. Or somebody not as rough or loud.
No, but you're like Star Wars episodes 7, 8, and 9. You subvert expectations. You're like, we're gonna go this way. Fuck it, now we're gonna go this way. Bam.
I mean, I really like what you said until you said the word Star Wars. I mean, I'm a Captain Janeway person, 100%.
Yeah, I know. And hang on, I just have to do a thing. There's someone who is even possibly gayer than you that wants to join. No.
Who was it?
Foxycon.
Oh, well, that's fair. I do like him. I can't find you. Like, I don't know how you can't find me. It's the same name as the thing.
In 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, yes, but not now.
Yeah. I'll be ending the stream in just a few minutes. It's Foxy Caps now. It's the same name. Did you put the space? Mr. Pink wasn't the nice one in Reservoir Dogs.
I haven't watched Reservoir Dogs in a long time.
I'll probably watch it this evening because it's a movie that I'll watch. What space? Between Foxxyboi space VR? I don't know what you're doing. It's the same copy and paste.
There is a space between the I and the V.
Toy Coco. Catch me, motherfucker. I ain't gonna hug you. Can't catch me, bitches. I don't know.
I'm the only one that can get a hug, and I have to fucking work at it.
You certainly do. Oh, Slink Budgie, you make me fucking do work. Make me fucking do work. He's like, can you hit me instead? What the fuck? What the fuck? I had to put it in there. Is your name the same in here? I'm gonna do the thingy. I'm gonna do the thingy. Ba 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 ba. Just remember, I have 10 Dakis and Neos. I just get Caillou.
Blog.
Blog. Okay, thanks. Caillou, you gotta take that NSFW shit out of my fucking house. Swear to God. Okay, Slink. B U G L E and a shitload of numbers. 8. Oh no, shit. 7, 8, 9.
Who's toasted?
I'm assuming it's the furry avatar one. There you go. Hope to God it worked for you. If it didn't work for you, I am not drunk enough. I'm drunk enough to be coherent and stupid, but not wasted.
I'm not drunkstable.
Officer, drunk. You're over the speed limit. Now, Slinky, as well with anybody else who's listening to me, I'm terrible. I'm absolutely 100% terrible. I have people that is like, oh, if you want to be on stream with me, I have to meet you face to face, right? That's part of the rules. Like, you know, I need to make sure you're not going to come on my chat or on my stream and go racism, right? But then what's absolutely terrible about me is that I have been getting on VR chat. It's like, I'm going to do a specific thing and I can't revolve around people. And I'm just like, I'm not on VR chat often enough, not doing a thing, right? So,
yeah.
I hope you don't take that offensively if I don't, you know, accept you into my group instance or whatever immediately. I'm being a butthole. So just, you know, give me a little bit. I'll get you there. Yes, I've seen one ask a question about the moon and Zonk. What is Zonk or Zorg?
Zorg. Wasn't Zorg a text adventure? That was Zork.
Oh. I'm into... What was that text adventure? MUDDD? Mud? Mud.
Or Mud's type of text adventure. That's the multi-user dungeon.
Oh, no. What was that video game about the murders in the house?
That was called Murders in the House. I don't know.
Nah, I don't remember. Foxxyboi is an asshole when he wants to be, but that's pretty much every day. That's right, folks. I'm a butt of a butt. All right. It's clear. The time is over. I've had my fun, but
yes,
I think I need to get going. It has been
probably wise.
It's been so cool to get to 1,000 followers today.
Congratulations.
I got an applause after that. Foxy. It really has been really nice getting 1,000 followers. every chance you
Well,
get.
considering I remember back in the day,
Uh-huh.
and you were like, "Oh, I've got no interest in Twitch streaming. I don't want to Twitch stream. I just want to do YouTube." And then once you actually started doing it, oh, this is fun.
You're absolutely right.
And just like you proved yourself wrong.
I did.
And then you sort of you got it, and now it looks like you're having a genuinely good time doing it.
I really enjoy the Twitch. I'm seeing a lot more reward from the effort.
Yeah. Well, I think because you like that interaction that you don't necessarily get on YouTube.
I know.
You get to talk to people, you get to annoy more people in a faster manner.
Yes, I do.
I figured it all out. You can you can increase your contitude beyond normal means on YouTube.
It's a good avenue. I see myself here on Twitch a lot more than I do on YouTube. YouTube I will continue to do because it is a creative outlet that I can control. While Twitch is a more immediate reaction.
Yeah. YouTube's about control. Twitch is about spontaneity. Being in the moment of a thing happening.
And that's why I like Twitch. Twitch is fun. We can talk to each other and just destroy ourselves in the process. Very true.
That's the thing I like about Twitch is the immediate interaction I can have with people in chat. And then also especially with VR, then works of being able to get people from chat in here once you get to know them.
Kindle, Zodpia are clear examples of shit, there's a real friend.
Between you and Mika,
Exactly,
you both really
it's like people that you end
inspire
up
me
knowing
to continue
because
alongside you
initially
both.
all
I hope you keep
Twitch
enjoying
chat,
streaming.
get to know him in here, and it's now, we fucking hang out, whatever.
To reiterate what the text-to-speech said, Miles gave 10 bits, says, between you and Mika, you both really inspire me to continue alongside you both. I hope you keep enjoying streaming.
Yeah, well, and Miles is sort of because I first knew Miles through Telegram chat when I sort of first got back into the furry fandom, and then he sort of got into the VR thing after I did.
Right.
And then, he's then gone and met a whole bunch of friends and things. It's like, he would have never, it's like then he met, people like Rune and shit like that. So it's like, the connections we've made the past sort of 2 years or so because of this bullshit pandemic stuff has definitely been life-changing.
It's been a weird ride, right?
It has been, yes.
I'm just excited to have had the opportunity to be here. Well,
so who are you going to go do the thing with?
I'm doing it with
Before
Fluffy
you get
Boy.
too fucking sappy.
No, it's over.
Okay, you do it with Fluffy Boy.
The raid has already started. It's been fun. Thank you all so much for the 1,000 followers. I'll be a complete utter bastard online in a pink fashion for the next years to come. Thank you all so much for coming in. Thank you all so much for stopping by. We'll see you next time.